Chapter 347. For the next few days, Han Shuo stayed deep underground, collecting the magic crystal ores with the help of ancient lizard king Degasi. Only when Han Shuo's space ring could no longer hold any more magic crystal ores did he emerge from the ruins of Gourd Mountain. Han Shuo's harvest from this trip to the underground world was bountiful. Not only had he killed Kelt, but he had also gained the friendship of the lizard men. Han Shuo's space ring was also completely filled with spoils of war. During this trip to the underground world, Han Shuo had taken all the spoils of the Redbud Knights as his own, as well as Kelt's many years of savings, including several pieces of Dark Elf Arlen's magic equipment. His total harvest this time, if converted to gold coins, was at least 2 million. Alright, I'll leave the underground world first. I'll come back next time to collect the remaining magic crystal ores. The next time I come, I'll bring more weapons for you to use to resist the Dark Elves' invasion. Han Shuo said to the lizard men leader. The next time you come, I won't be in the underground world. I hope we'll meet again, and I hope you can take care of them for me. Ancient Lizard King Degasi looked at Han Shuo, who was preparing to leave. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of them. Han Shuo solemnly promised. In these past few days, Degasi had told Han Shuo many things that Han Shuo was interested in. He was just like a benevolent old man. Unknowingly, Han Shuo had developed a favorable impression of Degasi. Now, he was a little reluctant to leave. From Degasi's words, Han Shuo knew that his departure this time wasn't as simple as leaving the underground world. He seemed to be planning on leaving the profound continent. Degasi was a little vague about these deeper secrets, and didn't explain too much to Han Shuo. Han Shuo couldn't understand the thoughts of a demigod like Degasi, nor did he pursue the matter. Han Shuo only vaguely understood that Degasi's enemies were probably just as powerful. Han Shuo's performance in parting with Degasi was carefree and unruffled. After leaving this area, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay in the underground world. Relying on his amazing memory, he followed the original path to the surface world. Han Shuo didn't encounter anything special along the way. Occasionally, he would encounter some races that tried to rob Han Shuo, but they were all killed by Han Shuo with lightning speed. He easily returned to the dark forest. After staying in the underground world for more than 10 days, Han Shuo felt a sense of satisfaction when he suddenly saw the sun hanging high above his head. The warm sunlight shone down, making Han Shuo feel extremely comfortable. The lush vegetation of the dark forest was mixed with a few exotic flowers and rare herbs. They overflowed with a delicate fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind in this warm spring. Feeling the warmth and comfort that was different from the dark and damp underground world, Han Shuo headed straight for the Cemetery of Death. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo didn't linger and directly returned to the city lord's mansion in Bretel City. Having reaped a bountiful harvest, Han Shuo immediately called for a small meeting, summoning little fatty Jack, Dorcas, Falk, Chester, and the others to come see him. You've been gone for more than 10 days, where have you been? Jack was the closest to Han Shuo, directly asking as soon as he arrived. I made a trip to the dark forest. Oh right, has Bretel City been stable lately? Han Shuo smiled faintly. He didn't conceal his trip to the dark forest this time, only that he didn't reveal the existence of the Cemetery of Death. Although the Redbud Knights and the Dark Elves of the underground world had suffered heavy losses, a small portion of the Redbud Knights had still managed to escape. These people should also know of Han Shuo's identity. His actions in the underground world this time must have been known beforehand. Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle here, bowed respectfully to Han Shuo and said, "My lord, I have some information to report to you in a moment. We're all on the same side, there's no need to hide anything. Speak directly." Han Shuo knew that Dick must have received some information from above. Jack, Dorcas, Falk, and Chester were all people Han Shuo could trust. Although Falk had been sent here by Lawrence, Lawrence should have also mentioned Han Shuo's identity as a member of the Dark Mantle to Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't need him to avoid suspicion. Jack and Dorcas had interacted with Dick for a long time these days, and more or less knew some of Dick's background. The existence of the Dark Mantle wasn't a secret in the Lancelot Empire. Although many people wouldn't openly discuss it, they still had a general idea in their hearts. Lord Candide has sent a message, expressing high praise for your actions in the underground world. The Dark Forest is the border of our Lancelot Empire. Although the Brute Merchant Alliance will be extremely indignant at the heavy losses suffered by the Red Bud Knights, they won't take any drastic actions. Lord Candide wants you to be at ease. Seeing that Han Shua didn't have any misgivings, Dick directly reported. Nodding his head, Han Shua smiled and said, "Continue." Dorcas, Jack, and Falk were completely baffled by Dick's words. They didn't understand what Dick was talking about, but Falk and Dorcas had heard of Candide, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. From Dick's words, the two knew that Han Shua and Candide's relationship wasn't shallow. They were both astonished. Lord Candide said that your contributions this time were very great. With His Majesty's approval, from now on you will be the second Dark Sun envoy. As long as you visit the Dark Mantle headquarters next time, we can change your position on the badge. Congratulations, Lord. Dick's face was full of worship. He himself was the first to become excited. A second Dark Sun envoy, it looks like Cecilia didn't hide my contributions. This woman can be considered to have some connections. Han Shua was also in a good mood as he muttered to himself with a smile. From Star Envoy to Moon Envoy was one rank, from Moon Envoy to Sun Envoy was another. From Sun Envoy to Star Envoy, each rank was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Becoming a second Dark Sun Envoy meant that from this moment on, Han Shua had taken another step forward in the Dark Mantle. The special treatment he could enjoy was also a level higher. He could even recruit his own subordinates and control an area. My lord, a second Dark Sun Envoy has the right to appoint Star Envoys on missions. He also has the right to directly give Star Envoys merits and raise their status. Chester excitedly looked at Han Shua and reminded him. Don't worry, I naturally won't forget your benefits after becoming a second Dark Sun Envoy. Han Shua laughed heartily as he said to Chester. He then looked at Dick with a smile and said, apart from this, did the higher-ups say anything else? Lord Candide said that you don't need to worry about other things. He will be responsible for helping you deal with those unfavorable comments. My lord only needs to take care of the matters in Bretel City. Dick hesitated for a moment before replying. Nodding his head, Han Shua expressed that he understood. He was clear that Cecilia had truthfully reported the situation this time. She'd naturally also told him about how he'd intercepted Cecilia's forest troll operation. All right, I understand. Han Shua looked at Dorcas and Falk and asked, what's the situation in Bretel City recently? Have the mountain people all come down from the mountains? Has the 7 Grand Duchies taken any action against Bretel City? A total of 20,000 mountain people have come down from the mountains and are currently living in Bretel City. The 5 mountain leaders have actively cooperated with us, allowing the operation to go very smoothly this time. The 7 Grand Duchies have slowly calmed down during this time. Only Helentina of Helen Duchy is still annihilating the rebels in her duchy. However, she's also nearing the end of it. Dorcas replied. Ever since Dorcas had entered the army, he'd gradually replaced Falk's position through his own efforts and Han Shua's meticulous arrangements. Dorcas was a pure soldier and didn't conceal his ambition for battle. Due to all the formal military education he'd received for so many years, he was much better at leading troops than Falk, who'd been born a knight. Falk also understood in his heart that Dorcas was indeed more skilled in this aspect. Add to that the fact that Dorcas had gained Han Shua's deep trust, there was nothing he could do about this gradual change in authority. Fortunately, Han Shua didn't mistreat him. He'd formed a troop of 1,000 knights consisting of Falk's trusted aides and the strongest soldiers of Bretel City. Han Shua had built this troop of 1,000 knights according to the most luxurious equipment. Their armor, weapons, and accessories were all the most expensive in all of Bretel City. Han Shua had invested a lot into this troop of knights, using the best materials that could be purchased from the market. Han Shua had already invested 300,000 gold coins. Apart from the lack of warhorses, this troop of knights wasn't inferior to the regular knights of the Empire in terms of equipment. Of course, compared to the top 10 knight regiments of the Profound Continent, this troop of knights was still far inferior in terms of both combat power and equipment. However, in the current Bretel city and even the 7 Grand Duchies, this newly formed troop of knights couldn't be underestimated. As a pure knight, there was nothing more tempting than having control over such a regular troop of knights. Therefore, Falk didn't express too much displeasure at the loss of military authority. Instead, he poured all of his enthusiasm into training this troop of knights. It seems that the 7 Grand Duchies won't have the energy to make a move against us for the time being, Han Shuo said with a smile. Dorcas nodded and said with certainty, right now, it looks like the 7 Grand Duchies won't make a move for at least a month. However, if the 7 Grand Duchies do make a move against us this time, it definitely won't be a single one. News of the disastrous losses suffered by the 4 bandit bands has already spread throughout the 7 Grand Duchies. Although the combined strength of every single one of the duchies isn't something the 4 bandit bands can compare to, I think that with this example, they won't dare to act blindly without full confidence. After a pause, Dorcas continued, in other words, either the 7 Grand Duchies don't make a move, or if they do, I'm afraid it'll be another fierce battle for Bretel City. Humph, the 7 Grand Duchies have always treated Bretel City as their hunting ground. I think they need to change this concept. Only by killing every time they come will they remember. Han Shuo said with a cold expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said to Dorcas and Falk, take advantage of the fact that Bretel City is still relatively safe during this period of time to train your soldiers. Our targets are the bandit bands that have invaded Bretel City in the past few years. I know that apart from the 4 bandit bands, there are also 7 or 8 bandit bands of various sizes that have attacked Bretel City. Think of a way to make them spit out everything they've plundered. Dorcas' eyes shone with an ominous glint when he heard Han Shuo's words. He immediately replied, don't worry my lord, I know what to do. After this trip to the underground world, I suddenly realized that the fastest way to quickly strengthen Bretel City is to plunder the fruits of others' labor. On one hand, we can train our soldiers, and on the other hand, we can plunder their resources. This is truly the best of both worlds. Having made a huge fortune in the underground world, Han Shuo finally understood why there were so many bandits in the 7 Grand Duchies, and why even the Redbud Knights, one of the 10 great knight orders on the continent, didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles to the dark forest. My lord, I have some interesting news. Dick laughed vulgarly at this time as he spoke to Han Shuo. When Han Shuo saw Dick's wretched smile, he knew that the words coming out of his mouth weren't some serious news. He said unhappily, what interesting news? Look at you smiling like that, I really want to beat you up. The Narsen Duchy that was originally on friendly terms with the Helen Duchy seems to have fallen out with them recently. Even Duke Benedict of the Narsen Duchy didn't help Helentina in annihilating some of her opponents. Does my lord know the reason for this? Dick said to Han Shuo with a sinister smile. Frowning, Han Shuo asked, what reason? Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, my lord. The 7 Grand Duchies now know that you've raped Helentina. Benedict, who's been pursuing her all this time, naturally also heard about this matter. Grand Duke Benedict has pursued Helentina bitterly for so long, but Helentina never agreed. Who would have thought that my lord would rape her just a few months after arriving at Bretel City? To Benedict, a woman who's been used by someone else naturally loses the taste she should have. Therefore, Benedict's attitude towards the Helen Duchy has changed greatly. He even watched with folded arms when Helentina was fighting with her internal enemies. Dick explained with a strange smile, then sighed in admiration, my lord is truly far-sighted, splitting apart 2 of our most solid allies without shedding a single drop of blood. Indeed, my lord is truly far-sighted. We are far inferior to my lord in this aspect. We must learn from my lord. Chester also had a look of admiration on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Han Shuo's expression darkened. Looking at these filthy fellows, he snorted and said, this news came from your mouths. I'm not as despicable as you think. Chester and Dick laughed dryly without saying a word. Jack, on the other hand, was full of interest as he said enviously, "Brian, I heard that woman is very beautiful. You are truly blessed." It seemed that these people wouldn't believe Han Shua's explanation. Han Shua didn't spend too much time on this topic. He took out Kelt's space ring and took out the armor of the Redbud Knights as well as a large amount of magic crystal ore. He said to Jack, "This space ring contains the armor of the Redbud Knights, as well as a large amount of magic crystal ore. When you put the goods into the warehouse later, leave this space ring behind." "This space ring, is it for me?" Jack was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the space ring Han Shua handed over, his voice a little high. "Yes, this space ring originally belonged to Kelt, the commander of the Redbud Knights. The space inside is enough for you to store items," Han Shua said to Jack with a smile. He then handed over Fire Mage Marceau's space ring to Jack, saying, "There are some crystals and various jewels inside, as well as nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. All of them will be used as Bretel City's operating funds. I'll leave them in your hands." Jack took Kelt's space ring and sensed the large amount of magic crystal ore and armor stored inside. He smiled at the excited Fawk, saying, "Fawk, now you have even better armor to use. The magic crystal ore inside is enough for our magic crystal cannons to use for a while." "That's great." The city lord's trip was really fruitful. Fawk exclaimed with joy when he heard Jack's words. Kelt and Marceau's space rings were filled with the magic crystal ore they'd excavated this time, as well as the armor that the dead Redbud Knights had stripped off, as well as the crystals, jade, and gold that Kelt had collected from the underground world. As for the magical equipment and the divine weapon, Starry Sky, as well as the tent with the magical space, they'd all been stored in Han Shua's space ring ahead of time. All that was given to Jack were gold coins and items that could be sold for gold coins that didn't have much practical value to Han Shua. For Han Shua, Bretel City was his most important capital. How to make Bretel City stronger was his true concern. These gold coins would definitely be put to good use in Jack's hands. "Alright, it's up to you guys how to use these things," Han Shua said to Jack and the others. He knew that Bretel City would become even more powerful with these things. Chapter 348. After 5 days, Fabian and a group of merchants once again arrived at Bretel City. The supplies they'd brought this time were far greater than the last time. The enthusiasm of the merchants who'd tasted the sweetness was beyond Han Shua's expectations. This time, each merchant brought a caravan. 2 earth dragons even appeared to pull the carriages. The earth dragons had bags of various sizes on their bodies, filled with goblin bombs and bags of crossbow bolts. The supplies on the carriages at the back were covered tightly with gray canvas. However, judging from the high arched shape of the carriages, one could tell that they were war chariots with astonishing firepower. The carriages pulled by the 2 slow-moving earth dragons were 5 meters wide and a dozen meters long. Such a wide carriage could hold 10 war chariots or catapults. There were at least 20 war chariots pulled by the 2 earth dragons, and 27 smaller carriages pulled by warhorses. Although these 27 carriages weren't as large as the 2 earth dragons, each one could still hold 3 war chariots. Further back were the Cloud Mover beasts, which had the same ability to carry heavy loads as the earth dragons, but moved slowly. These Cloud Mover beasts were twice the size of warhorses, and their 4 long legs were as thick as elephants. They carried bags of food and daily necessities on their backs, which should be enough to replenish Bretel City's stockpiles. Compared to the last time, the number of merchants had doubled. Each of them was beaming with joy, their expressions relaxed as they discussed the rewards they'd receive along the way. There were no more corpses on the road from Seamist City to Bretel City, nor were there any traces of bandits. Under Dorcas's sweep, all the disobedient bandits in the area were eradicated. The remaining obedient bandits were tamed and turned into diligent cleaners who cleaned up the rotting corpses. These minute discoveries gradually put the new merchants at ease. When they arrived at Bretel City, Jack, as the financial officer of Bretel City, finished counting every batch of supplies and handed over the gold coins to the merchants on the spot. The merchants who'd traveled thousands of miles were in a good mood after receiving their rewards, They weren't in a hurry to leave Bretel City. Instead, they began to tangle with Jack in an attempt to open a shop in Bretel City. Jack, the Buzzed Merchant Guild, also plans on establishing a branch in the city. Arrange a suitable location for us, Fabian said to Jack. Understood, the Buzzed Merchant Guild branch will definitely be arranged first. Jack happily agreed, ignoring the dissatisfaction of the surrounding merchants. He pulled Fabian to the side and said sneakily, "Have these people really thought it through and decided to set up shop in Bretel City?" "Yes, after the defeat of the 4 bandit groups, Bretel City has become a good place for merchants to find treasures under our deliberate promotion. To be honest, the mines around Bretel City were rich in minerals. As long as they had enough craftsmen, Bretel City could use these ores to create weapons." Bretel City was the pass closest to the 7 Grand Duchies. To the 7 Grand Duchies, Lancelot's luxurious clothes, porcelain, and other luxuries were something the nobles of the 7 Grand Duchies would gladly spend large amounts of money to purchase. The valiant warhorses, furs, and gems produced by the 7 Grand Duchies were something the Lancelot Empire needed. If it wasn't for the fact that Bretel City's safety couldn't be guaranteed, a city with such an excellent location like this would have long since become a place where merchants would fight to make a fortune. Now that we've released the news of Bretel City's great victory over the 4 bandit groups and the removal of the obstacles on the road, many guilds working with the Buzzed Merchant Guild have taken the initiative to come over. This is only the first batch. Just wait and see, as long as Bretel City's safety can truly be assured, more and more merchants chasing huge profits will definitely swarm into Bretel City. At that time, Bretel City would be extremely lively even if it didn't want to. Fabian explained to Jack. It looks like my choice was indeed wise. After hearing Fabian's words, little fatty Jack's chubby face was smiling so widely that even his little eyes were almost invisible. Little fatty Jack then said to Fabian, "Do you know how many valuable things Brian brought back from his trip to the underground world this time?" "Ha, uncle, I now have more than 2 million gold coins in my hands that I can use. If I include the crystals, gold, silver, and jewelry, the wealth I hold in my hands is more than 3 million gold coins. I've never dared to believe that I could hold such a large sum of money before." Fabian was obviously taken aback by Jack's words. He then sighed and said, "You brat, follow Brian well. The fact that he's given you such a large sum of money is enough to prove his trust in you. Based on this situation, as long as you continue to work hard in Bretel City, becoming a noble in the future won't be difficult at all. Don't worry, uncle, I know what to do. Those crystals, gold, silver, and jewelry still need to be sold through merchant guilds. As long as there's enough gold coins, Bretel City will become an impenetrable fortress." Jack replied. "There are ready-made merchants here. I think they'll definitely be interested in the things you have in your hands. You can directly trade with them." Fabian laughed heartily and said, "I still have to go see Brian. Miss Phoebe asked me to bring some things to him." "Go, he's waiting for you," Jack replied. After leaving Jack's place, Fabian found Han Shua's room. Han Shua had been waiting for a long time when he knew that Fabian was coming. When he heard Fabian's footsteps, Han Shua welcomed him in and said with a smile, "Mr. Fabian, did Phoebe ask you to bring me anything?" "Of course, the things you need are inside this space ring." Fabian replied with a smile and handed a space ring to Han Shua. Han Shua held the space ring and scanned it with his mental strength. He immediately smiled. "Give this sword to Phoebe for me. You must be careful. Don't let anything go wrong along the way." Taking out the divine weapon, Starry Sky, Han Shua cautiously handed it to Fabian. He reminded him again, "This is the divine weapon, Starry Sky, in the hands of Kelt, commander of the Redbud Knights. You should be able to imagine its value." Fabian's expression immediately turned grave when he heard Han Shua's words. He stored the divine weapon, Starry Sky, into his own space ring and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely deliver it to Miss Phoebe. Have Phoebe continue to collect the items on this list for me." Han Shua took out another list and handed it to Fabian. "All right, I know what to do." Fabian put away the list and continued to promise. After Fabian left, Han Shuo found Chester and gave him a few instructions before returning to the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death was filled with a deathly aura all year round. Amidst the pure white bones, there was now a huge, oval-shaped crypt. This crypt was surrounded by 12 multicolored banners. Each of the banners was about 10 meters tall and fluttered in the windless Cemetery of Death. Strange symbols were drawn on each of the banners. The enormous oval-shaped crypt was filled with sharp bone spikes. A portion of these spikes had been plucked from the dead green dragon by Han Shuo, while the other portion had been obtained from the forbidden area last time. All of them were the bones of dead super-rank magical creatures. Han Shuo poured bucket after bucket of black and purplish liquid into the enormous oval-shaped crypt. When all of the black and purplish liquid had been poured into the crypt, Han Shuo took out even more buckets of liquid from his space ring and poured them all into the crypt. These liquids were either stinking blood or filthy juices. They came in all sorts of colors and smelled terrible. After a few dozen buckets of all kinds of liquids had been poured into the crypt, Han Shuo took out a dagger and cut open his wrist. Drops of fresh blood dripped down. As soon as Han Shuo's blood dripped into the liquid, faint red smoke suddenly appeared. The drops of Han Shuo's blood didn't immediately dissolve into the liquid, but instead began to churn like red agates. The calm liquid crackled like a pot of boiling oil as Han Shuo's blood continuously dripped down. Han Shuo raised his head to the sky and howled. The howl was filled with sinister killing intent, like a dragon's roar. The demon's lair edge shot out from the back of Han Shuo's neck. Souls with contorted faces and silent wails poured into the 12 banners like snakes. After nearly 100 souls entered the banners suddenly exploded with killing intent that soared to the heavens. When the killing intent floated out of the banners, it seemed to be attracted by the liquid in the crypt and floated to the surface of the liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Shuo's blood that had been unable to dissolve gradually dissolved into the liquid in the crypt, disappearing without a trace after a while. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo circulated his magical yuan to the wound on his wrist. Under Han Shuo's watchful gaze, the wound that had been cut by the dagger quickly healed. Taking out the skeletal staff, Han Shuo quickly chanted an incantation. 3 evil knights suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. When the 3 evil knights appeared, Han Shuo pointed the skeletal staff in his hand at the crypt. The 3 evil knights, guided by the power of the contract, walked into the crypt one after another. When the first evil knight and his warhorse entered the crypt, the evil knight and his warhorse suddenly roared soundlessly in unison. Both the evil knight and warhorse howled to the sky. When the dark brown armor and warhorse came into contact with the liquid in the crypt, popping sounds immediately rang out. Puffs of light smoke rose from where their bodies were connected to the liquid. The evil knight and his warhorse seemed to be enduring endless pain. The evil knight, who had never dared to resist, suddenly tried to break free from the power of the contract. His body writhed violently, wanting to leave the crypt that was causing him unbearable pain. Unlike low-level existences such as the skeleton warriors, the evil knights possessed extremely powerful combat abilities and were considered to have true wisdom in the undead dimension. Although their powerful strength was bound by the power of the contract, they still instinctively wanted to struggle when this kind of torture, which was even more painful than being completely dissipated, occurred. Han Shuo gripped the skeletal staff and cursed in a low voice, "How can you be reborn from the ashes without experiencing inhumane pain and torture? You ungrateful thing! You'll only understand what the pain you're experiencing right now when your body becomes stronger after you've been tempered. Just the materials for this 12-demon breeding soul-crushing formation will cost at least 100,000 gold coins. Don't struggle ungratefully." As Han Shuo cursed in a low voice, he used his mental strength to suppress the evil knight's resistance. He also used his mental strength to force the other 2 evil knights into the crypt. Like the first evil knight, the other 2 evil knights who had been forced into the core of the 12-demon breeding soul-crushing formation by Han Shuo's mental strength also began to resist amidst the unbearable pain. They tried to break free from the power of the contract that Han Shuo had placed on them. Han Shuo could easily deal with 1 evil knight, but when the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses resisted together, even Han Shuo found it difficult to deal with them. He had no choice but to use all of his mental strength to suppress the impact of the three evil knights and their mounts on the power of the contract. 9 demon-breeding revolutions, soul-crushing return, eliminate. As he used his mental strength to suppress the three evil knights, Han Shuo also had to divert his attention to control the Great Formation. After he said this, the killing intent on the 12 banners grew even thicker. The banners had been painted with runes, but after the power of evil spirits poured into them, 12 sinister and frightening ghost faces slowly appeared. Although each ghost face had a different shape, they were all equally frightening. These 12 sinister and frightening ghost faces were exactly the same as the 12 demon heads that had entered Han Shuo's body when he had first advanced to the separate demon realm. When the 12 sinister ghost faces appeared on the banners, the 12 demon heads slowly flowed out of Han Shuo's body and occupied the respective banners. When the 12 demon heads returned to the banners from Han Shuo's body, the killing intent on the banners suddenly gathered at the center of the crypt. The three evil knights and their mounts felt as if their soul imprints had been set ablaze. Their soundless roars became even more ferocious as they frantically attacked the power of the contract with their minds. Han Shuo immediately stopped moving and put away the skeletal staff. He closed his eyes and sat down in front of the crypt where the three evil knights were. He used all of his mental strength to suppress the three evil knights. The three evil knights brandished the huge bone spurs in their hands and danced above the evil knight's head. It seemed as if they could behead Han Shuo at any time. Chapter 349. The 12 banners fluttered in the windless air as the murderous aura condensed into mercury and flowed into the cave in the center. The liquid within the cave boiled like boiling kerosene, burning the three evil knights and their mounts until thick smoke billowed out. Han Shuo sat cross-legged in front of the three evil knights with his eyes closed. His mental strength was like a mountain torrent that had broken through a dam, firmly suppressing the three evil knights based on the power of the contract. Due to their weaker mounts, they gradually stopped struggling in vain. The three enormous bone spurs continuously spun in front of Han Shuo. As long as Han Shuo relaxed his mental strength, the evil knights would seize the opportunity to stab their spurs into Han Shuo's head. Han Shuo's attention was completely focused and he didn't relax in the slightest. Tens of thousands of strands of mental strength crisscrossed to form an invisible net that slowly ground down the three evil knights' resistance. There was no sun or moon in the cemetery of death, and it was shrouded in dim light all year round. Thus, there was no concept of time. After an unknown amount of time, the three bone spurs flying above Han Shuo's head gradually lost their power and slowly fell into the cave in the center, just like the evil knights' bodies. Han Shuo's entire body was like a deathly still statue as he sat there cross-legged without any signs of life. The 12 banners continued to swallow and spit out ferocious murderous aura, all of it converging towards the cave in the center. After a few more days, the three evil knights' bodies had completely melded into the cave and no traces of them could be seen anymore. Finally, Han Shuo exhaled lightly and slowly opened his eyes, saying tiredly, "So damn tired." Just the three evil knights and their mounts had caused Han Shuo a great deal of trouble during this process of body tempering. It seemed that it was just as Han Shuo had thought, that magical arts couldn't reconstruct the bodies of all undead creatures. On one hand, the materials needed to refine the body were too complex and precious. If thousands of skeletal and zombie warriors were to be refined one by one, even with Han Shuo's small savings, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Just the three evil knights tempering cost at least 100,000 gold coins. If thousands of skeletal and zombie warriors were to be refined one by one, Han Shuo wouldn't be able to accomplish it even if he went bankrupt. On the other hand, it would take too much time and energy for too many undead creatures to do the same thing over and over again. The effect of this huge project was also very limited. After all, the skeletal warriors and zombie warriors were low-level existences. Even if they weren't afraid of the light magic's holy light corrosion, there was a limit to what they could do. Naturally, Han Shuo wasn't willing to waste time and large amounts of gold coins on them. Evil knights were currently the strongest undead creatures that Han Shuo could summon. Evil knights were already of a very high level among undead creatures, and they could use their fire-breathing warhorses to gain great mobility. In addition, their strength was astonishing, and their armor was sufficiently sturdy. An evil knight was a bit more difficult to deal with than an average human earth knight. Even with the 3 evil knights and their mounts resisting with all their might, Han Shuo had to use his mental strength to suppress their resistance. When Han Shuo could truly summon the Bone Demon and Old Fei Fei, he definitely wouldn't be able to refine 3 of them at once. This was because the Bone Demon and Old Fei Fei would definitely resist even more fiercely. Standing up from his cross-legged position, Han Shuo's thoughts moved, and the 12 demon generals entrenched in the huge banner whizzed back into Han Shuo's body. Since the bodies of the 3 evil knights had all sunk into the crypt, there was no need for Han Shuo to use his own demonic yuan to suppress the great formation. The 12 demon generals were formed when Han Shuo first reached the separate demon realm, using the enormous killing intent that lingered around Tanai under the glorious sun. These 12 demon generals carried an intense killing intent, and each one was formed from the last bit of ferocious obsession of numerous malicious spirits. They were the best materials to refine the mystical demons, which were a level higher than the Yin demons. Of the 3 Yin demons that had been refined last time, only one was left that could be used. Han Shuo deeply felt that one Yin demon was indeed not enough to control the entire situation. Back when he had advanced to the separate demon realm in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo had deliberately kept the soaring killing intent to condense into 12 demon generals. He was waiting for the materials to refine the mystical demons to be gathered, and then he would use the 12 demon generals as the basic materials to refine them into mystical demons. Leaving this area that was already operating on its own, Han Shuo arrived at the area that specialized in refining original demons and Yin demons. Summoning the Earth Elite Zombie, he first changed the Yin Demon Cave's layout, causing the Yin Demon Cave to gradually transform into a mystical demon cave for cultivating mystical demons. When the mystical demon cave had taken shape, Han Shuo took out materials one by one and placed them into each of the formation eyes of the mystical demon cave. When all this was done, Han Shuo sent the Earth Elite Zombie away, and threw in 12 drops of his own blood essence into the mystical demon cave. The blood essence floated in the mystical demon cave, spinning non-stop. When the 12 demon generals came out of Han Shuo's body, they each swallowed a drop of blood essence. Soon after, the mystical demon cave's enormous power began to circulate. Han Shuo once again summoned a few hundred wraiths, and also extracted some souls from the demon's lair edge and threw them into the mystical demon cave, as fodder for the 12 mystical demons' evolution. Han Shuo himself poured all the remaining demonic yuan in his body into the mystical demon cave, in order to maintain the mystical demon cave's normal operation. When the 12 demon generals in the mystical demon cave began to howl and swallow the wraiths and the malicious souls within the demon's lair edge, the exhausted Han Shuo returned to the cemetery of death. Maintaining the 2 formations in normal operation, not only did Han Shuo expend an enormous amount of mental strength, he had also invested a lot of demonic yuan and blood essence. This was even more tiring than when he'd fought against Kos and the others in Bretel City. Last time, he had the Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the Fire Elite Zombie to help him. However, he could only do such a major task himself, so he was indeed very tired. Sitting down in the main hall of the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo pondered for a moment, then took out the skeletal staff. He carefully stared at the tricolored skeletal staff and began to study it. He wanted to take advantage of this time to investigate the secrets within the skeletal staff. The Calamity Church's Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf and the ancient lizard King Degassi seemed to know a little about the skeletal staff's origins. This skeletal staff that had been transformed from the Eye of Darkness was the key to opening the Cemetery of Death. It definitely contained many secrets. Han Shuo hadn't been in possession of the skeletal staff for a long time. His understanding of the skeletal staff was only to increase his necromancy magic. If it wasn't for the fact that Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf had once used the skeletal staff's power to rejuvenate his youth, Han Shuo would never have guessed that the skeletal staff had such a miraculous effect. Skeletal staff, oh skeletal staff. Just how many secrets are you hiding? Han Shuo muttered to himself as he caressed the tricolored skull in his hand. The exhausted Han Shuo was in a trance. In his daze, he seemed to sense that he was enveloped by the tricolored light of the skeletal staff. In his daze, Han Shuo seemed to be spinning continuously. The multicolored light rapidly passed in front of him and behind him. This feeling was as if Han Shuo was falling from an extremely high place, falling into an endless abyss. Just as Han Shuo was feeling extremely dizzy and uncomfortable, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura in his consciousness. That aura seemed to be in a certain area of the endless abyss that he had fallen into. Following the connection to that familiar aura, the muddle-headed Han Shuo's consciousness tightly wrapped around that familiar aura and gradually sank into it. The endless black void in the distance was forever shrouded in turbid gray. Clusters of gray and black clouds constantly rolled. The entire area was filled with a sense of desolation and desolation. The places closer to him were all swamps or tree trunks without branches and leaves. On the barren land, there were all kinds of undead creatures walking with stiff footsteps and bodies, aimlessly wandering in the eternally silent space. There was no rotation of the sun, moon, and stars here, and there was no concept of time. There was only loneliness, despair, and desolation. For a moment, Han Shuo thought that he was in the cemetery of death, because the sky here was very similar to the dusk that shrouded the cemetery of death all year round. However, when the soaring bodies of gargoyles whizzed past above his head, and the chaotic aura of death converged with the skeletons and zombies underground, Han Shuo suddenly realized that he was definitely not in the cemetery of death. He clearly remembered that he did not summon these low-level undead creatures in the cemetery of death. In the next moment, Han Shuo suddenly felt that he was in a dream. When he thought about it, he realized that he indeed did not have a body, and only his pure consciousness was here. However, when Han Shuo tried to think about his own body, his exhausted mental strength gradually shrouded his consciousness. From head to toe, Han Shuo's body was growing rapidly like a plant. His left hand touched his right hand, and the two hands obviously touched, but Han Shuo did not feel any skin touching. Everything seemed so strange, but Han Shuo felt a sense of familiarity with everything around him. As for where the familiarity was, Han Shuo could not feel it. A dense horde of undead creatures suddenly rushed down from a towering bald mountain. These undead creatures were neatly arranged in groups, with skeletal warriors and zombie warriors at the front, followed by skeletal archers and rows of gargoyles. Further back were two evil knights. There were actually 3,000 to 4,000 of these undead creatures, but most of them were skeletal warriors, zombie warriors, and ghouls. A small portion of hate warriors and evil knights rushed down from the towering bald mountain, and directly surged towards a steep gorge called Tanai. Han Shuo's body and consciousness slowly drifted into the canyon. Upon arriving, Han Shuo discovered that there was also a sea of undead creatures in the canyon. The large number of undead creatures were fighting each other, using their bodies, claws, and teeth to wrestle and tear at each other. They didn't know pain, nor did they know how to retreat. The scene was extremely magnificent. Once weak undead creatures were completely destroyed, low-level existences like skeletal warriors and zombie warriors would have their soul power immediately dissipate. However, from the higher-level hate warriors onwards, their soul power would not immediately dissipate once they were destroyed. At this time, the surrounding undead creatures would fight over their soul power and devour it to strengthen themselves. As the undead creatures crazily slaughtered each other, a 5-meter-tall mummy lord slowly stood up from the depths of the gorge. Its entire body was wrapped in white, corrosive cloth. This mummy lord seemed to be the leader of the undead creatures in Tanai. When it stood up from the depths of the gorge, an incomparably enormous storm of death erupted from its body. The undead creatures that had rushed down from the bald mountain were all turned to dust when the storm of death swept past them. The white cloth wrapped around the mummy lord's body danced like a sharp weapon, and all of the hostile undead creatures in its path were torn apart. Only an evil knight that had come down brandished his bone spear to block the attack, spurring his fire-breathing warhorse to retreat. The mummy lord's rank was higher than that of an evil knight's amongst the undead creatures. The difference of one rank in a battle between undead creatures meant that there was no suspense. Unless 10 evil knights attacked the mummy lord at the same time, an evil knight facing the mummy lord alone would always be a dead end. After the mummy lord appeared from the depths of the gorge, the surrounding undead creatures that had rushed down from the bald mountain were all killed by its storm of death. In a short period of time, more than 700 undead creatures had been turned to dust. Existence that occupies the high mountain, accept the challenge of I, the mummy lord Faluri. That lofty mountain is not a height that the weak you can withstand. Give me that territory. An enormous mental strength swept through the entire area as the mummy lord Faluri roared at the lofty mountain. How can the dignity of my lord be violated by a lowly mummy? The evil knight that had retreated calmly on his fire-breathing warhorse roared. Following his roar, the sound of rolling mountain rocks suddenly came from the surroundings of the gorge. The wood and fire elite zombies that Han Shua was incomparably familiar with rode on fire-breathing warhorses, galloping over from both sides of the gorge. An enormous shadow swooped down from the top of the towering bald mountain. It was a peculiar undead creature with spikes all over its body. The little skeleton's bone blade had at some point transformed into a 3-meter-long bone spear, with 7 bone spikes sticking out of its back in a ferocious upside-down manner. As the little skull descended on the enormous undead creature, a solemn and dignified aura enveloped the entire area. Lowly mummy lord, my territory is not something you can touch. Not only will your soul be destroyed today, but the northern mummy territory will also be under my control from now on. The little skull's thoughts exploded like a mountain torrent, completely disproportionate to his tiny body. My lord's dignity will command the darkness. The evil knight that had previously answered flew down from his fire-breathing warhorse and kowtowed towards the little skull swooping down, his face solemn and devout. It was the first time Mummy Lord Pharaoh had seen this legendary variant skeleton. The power that erupted from the little skeleton's body instantly made Pharaoh feel fear. There was also the fire elite zombie, whose entire body was covered in flames, and the warhorse beneath him had almost turned into 2 fireballs. The scorching heat caused Pharaoh, who was fond of the cold, to feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, Pharaoh felt as if he had fallen into a trap this time. The mummy Lord Pharaoh had lived in this world for countless years. He was different from the other muddle-headed undead creatures. He had long since possessed true intelligence. Pharaoh, who had emerged from the depths of the earth, felt that something was amiss. He tried to return to the depths of the earth, but at this moment, the soft earth suddenly became as hard as iron and stone. While the mummy Lord Pharaoh was panicking, the simple-minded Earth Elite zombie slowly floated up from the earth. He grinned at Pharaoh and said naively, "You can't run away now, right?" The previously awe-inspiring mummy Lord Pharaoh suddenly realized that there was no way out. He angrily howled, "Despicable existence, you are too treacherous." The little skull didn't pay attention to him. The soaring undead creature beneath him suddenly charged towards the mummy Lord Pharaoh. It raised its 3-meter-long bone spear, and the enormous aura of death in the surroundings madly surged into the bone spear. After absorbing the enormous aura of death, the bone spear became as heavy as a mountain. As Pharaoh roared, the spear stabbed towards him. The strips of cloth covering Pharaoh's body fluttered in the air, like a sharp weapon that pulverized his surrounding subordinates. However, when the little skull's bone spear fell, it tore apart the strips of cloth wrapped around his body. The spear pierced through his abdomen and nailed him to the ground. Submit, or die. The little skull's enormous presence suddenly enveloped the mummy Lord Pharaoh, who was nailed to the ground by the bone spear. After letting out a mournful howl, the mummy Lord Pharaoh, who was nailed to the ground by the bone spear, finally succumbed to the little skull's ferocious might. He obediently lowered his head towards the little skull and said, "I, the mummy Lord Pharaoh, submit, my lord." Not in a hurry to immediately remove the bone spear from the mummy lord's body, Little Skull used his empty left hand to draw a contract mark in the dusky sky, making the mummy lord hand over a pure brand within his soul. Only then did he disregard the piercing pain of the mummy lord and remove the bone spear from his body. He turned around and said, "Return to the mountain." After the unequal master-slave contract was formed, the mummy lord did not have any leeway to resist. His stiff body slowly crawled up from the ground, taking slow steps as he followed the earth and would elite zombies towards the towering mountain. After seeing everything clearly, Han Shua's heart was filled with indescribable astonishment. At this time, Han Shuo finally understood where he was. This was a different dimension where undead creatures existed. Never would Han Shuo have thought that the Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie would actually have such a large troop in this dimension. It seemed that they were doing quite well. No wonder the Earth Elite Zombie had told him to return last time. From the battle this time, it seemed that the Little Skull had brought the Earth, Wood, and Fire Elite Zombies to carry out a grandiose invasion in this dimension. A Mummy Lord level undead creature was the same as a bone demon that could only be summoned by a Grand Magus Necromancer. The fact that the Little Skull was able to deal with this Mummy Lord with a single spear was sufficient proof that the current Little Skull's level was higher than the Mummy Lord's. This was something that Han Shuo had never imagined. After the Mummy Lord was subdued by the Little Skull, Han Shuo suddenly panicked. He suddenly remembered that he did not know how to return to the profound continent. In this space that was forever desolate and silent, there were no people or things that Han Shuo was familiar with. If he could only stay in this strange dimension with this consciousness, it would be a complete torture for Han Shuo. Right now, even Han Shuo's body was formed by his consciousness. Not only could he not enjoy everything, he also could not use any demonic arts. This was extremely disadvantageous for Han Shuo. Looking at the Little Skull flying towards the towering bald mountain, Han Shuo continuously shouted in an attempt to establish contact with the Little Skull. In the process, a sharp pain suddenly spread throughout Han Shuo's body. This kind of pain caused even Han Shuo's tenacious nerves to be unable to endure, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. Little Skull, who was walking towards the towering bald mountain with the Earth, Wood, and Fire Elite Zombies, suddenly stopped. He looked towards the area where Han Shuo's consciousness had disappeared, and suddenly rode the flying undead monster to the area where Han Shuo's consciousness had just been. His purple demon eyes shone brightly, full of doubt. The Earth, Wood, and Fire Elite Zombies, the three strange creatures, rode their fire-breathing warhorses, passed through layers upon layers of the undead army, and stood beside the Little Skull. Among them, the Earth Elite Zombie innocently asked, "What's wrong?" "Father has been here." The Little Skull's nose bridge, which only had two nostrils, made a creaking sound, and said to the Earth Elite Zombie and the other strange undead creatures, "How could Father come here? This is our world." The Earth Elite Zombie innocently looked at the Little Skull, asking in confusion, "I don't know, but I just felt the connection between Father and me. He was just here." The 3-meter-long bone spear in the Little Skull's hand swayed a bit, and the tip of the bone spear stopped at the area where Han Shuo's consciousness had been. He said, "Right here, if you guys smell carefully, you can also smell Father's scent." After hearing the Little Skull's words, the three undead creatures all approached the area. Among them, the Wood and Fire Elite Zombies couldn't help but shake their heads. These two fellows had yet to fully evolve their own consciousness, and could only rely on the Little Skull to think. Only the Earth Elite Zombie took a few deep breaths, as if he had really smelled Han Shuo's scent. He shook his head and replied, "Yes, Father really was here. Let's return to the mountain, Father has already left. We still have to conquer Philale's territory in a while." After saying this, the Little Skull rode on the undead creature and flew high into the sky, whistling all the way down to the towering bald mountain. As if struck by lightning, Han Shuo jumped high into the air. After landing on the ground, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and he had a look of lingering fear. The skeletal staff that he'd been holding in his hand dropped to the ground in the process, making a clattering sound as it landed on the clean, hard stone floor of the cemetery of death. The skeletal staff didn't change in the slightest as it lay there, but Han Shuo knew where the skeletal staff had just brought him. The journey to the dead and desolate foreign world gave Han Shuo a fright. Han Shuo wasn't afraid of the existence of the foreign world or the battles. He was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to return to the profound continent from that foreign country. In the paradise of the undead, Han Shuo only had the power of his consciousness, but his physical body was still on the profound continent. For a demonic practitioner like Han Shuo, the physical body was extremely useful. Without a physical body, he would be unable to use a lot of his strength. If he was never able to return from that area and had to face the dead and desolate undead creatures all year round, it would be a torment for Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who was used to the colorful colors of this world, was unable to adapt to the monotonous grays, blacks, and whites of the foreign world. Moreover, there were also Han Shuo's female friends in this world. They were all humans with flesh and blood like Han Shuo, and not creatures of the foreign world like bones or rotten flesh. That was close. This skeletal staff is really strange. Fortunately, it sent me back, or else my life would have been ruined. Han Shuo muttered to himself for a while before his gaze once again fell on the skeletal staff. His mind was thinking hard about how he had passed through the layers of planes and descended into that space with his consciousness. However, after thinking for a while, Han Shuo still didn't know how he had done it with the skeletal staff. Shaking his head, Han Shuo didn't continue thinking about this problem. Instead, he recalled the miraculous performance of the little skull in that space. Han Shuo planned to immediately use the skeletal staff to summon the little skull over to take a look. However, when he recalled the changes to the skeletal staff, he felt some lingering fear and temporarily gave up on the idea of immediately summoning the little skull to this plane. I didn't expect the little skull to be doing so well. It looks like he's even more awesome than I was on the profound continent. When did this guy become so powerful? Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh. When he recalled the time when the undead creatures descended into this plane, the expressions of some low-level existences who were afraid of the little skull, he finally understood what was going on. Chapter 350. After roaming around the necromancy paradise, Han Shuo spent the next few days recovering. When his mental strength was fully replenished, he went to the dark forest and caught a few magical beasts, continuing to practice the soul tremor magic. Finally, one day, Han Shuo was able to control his mental strength as he pleased. He shot out a soul tremor magic, and a magical beast collapsed with blood flowing out of its mouth and nose. When this soul tremor magic allowed him to control his mental strength at will, Han Shuo had already mastered all the magus spells of the Archmage realm. Thus, he began to practice the spells that a higher-level Grand Magus Necromancer should be able to master. First and foremost were the summoning spells for bone demons, old fey demons, and mummy lords. As necromancers progressed, not only would they be able to summon higher-level undead creatures, they would also be able to summon more types of creatures. For example, Han Shuo, who was at the level of Grand Magus Necromancer, could summon bone demons, old fey demons, and mummy lords, 3 undead creatures. Although it was said that there were 3 summoning spells, apart from some differences in the incantations, there wasn't much difference in their essence. Bone demons, old fey demons, and mummy lords were undead creatures of the same level. Although their soul imprints were different, the difference in strength wasn't that great. As long as Han Shuo could master the summoning spell for one bone demon, he could change the incantation and summon the other 2 undead creatures as well. However, just like that soul tremor magic, it would become more and more difficult for necromancers to master each spell as they progressed. The last time Han Shuo had possessed Archmage Necromancer Clarendon's understanding of necromancy magic was still completely useless. From this realm onwards, Han Shuo had to slowly study every single necromancy magic he learned. Fortunately, there was a complete set of books within the Cemetery of Death for Han Shuo to study. Among them, there were countless books regarding the essence of necromancy magic. While the 3 evil knights and 12 mystical demons were still refining, Han Shuo spent all his time studying necromancy magic at a deeper level. Time unknowingly passed by a few days. On this day, as Han Shuo was chanting his incantations, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura coming from outside the Cemetery of Death. Suddenly rousing himself from his thoughts, Han Shuo walked out of the Cemetery of Death with the skeletal staff in hand. He said to the pacing dark dragon Gilbert, "Why have you come?" "Honored Master, I sensed your presence. I just happened to be in the Valley of Sunshine, so I came to see you." Dark Dragon Gilbert immediately cheered when he saw Han Shuo appear. Dark Dragon Gilbert hadn't changed much, but Han Shuo felt that Gilbert's aura seemed to have grown a bit stronger. When the charcoal black Gilbert walked into the Cemetery of Death, he immediately took the initiative to report to Han Shuo about Tanai's situation in the Valley of Sunshine. As Dark Dragon Gilbert narrated, Han Shuo gradually understood the situation in the Valley of Sunshine. Ever since Han Shuo had schemed against all the powers gathered by Tanai in the Mithril mines, the four great powers had temporarily called a truce. Instead, they had focused all their attention on finding the mastermind behind the scenes. Previously, Lordan had said that whoever found the mastermind first would maintain order in the Valley of Sunshine. Regardless of whether it was a large or small power, they had all tried to find the mastermind behind the scenes. However, several months had passed without any results. Trunks understood that the real mastermind, Han Shuo, had left long ago. He pretended to be concerned about this matter while silently developing the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Unknowingly, the originally nameless Soul Destroyer mercenary band had gradually become the fifth great power in the Valley of Sunshine due to abundant funds and Trunks' reputation. After eating one of Han Shuo's rebirth pills, Trunks had broken through from Swordmaster to Great Swordmaster. Among the various powers in the Valley of Sunshine, only Lordan, who could go berserk 3 times, could defeat him. Florida and Adam Menlo were both suppressed by him. During this period of time, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was in the limelight. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band under Trunks' control had absorbed even more outstanding experts. He had changed from his original ruthlessness to more sinister. He was no longer in a hurry to deal with Florida, but planned to slowly torture Florida bit by bit. Dark Dragon Gilbert and Trunks moved together, completing every mission appropriately. During this process, Gilbert often appeared in some brothels, using the martial method taught to him by Han Shuo to secretly absorb some yin qi. His strength was also rapidly improving. After listening to Gilbert's introduction of the situation in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo was somewhat worried. Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band had become the fifth great power in the Valley of Sunshine. This also meant that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band also had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for power in the Valley of Sunshine. In the past, when the Soul Destroyer mercenary band didn't have this kind of strength, only Florida would spare no effort to kill him. But now that the Soul Destroyers truly had this kind of strength, the other 3 parties would naturally focus more attention on Trunks. Even Lordan of the Berserker tribe wouldn't be as friendly with Trunks as before. After all, Trunks had the strength to threaten their Cairo mercenary band. There were no eternal friends in this world. Once there was a real conflict of interest, it was very likely that some dirty things would happen. Han Shuo pondered for a while, understanding that the development of Trunks and the others in the future wouldn't be so easy. However, Han Shuo believed in Trunks' ability and didn't pay too much attention to this matter. After thinking for a while, he faintly smiled and said to Dark Dragon Gilbert, "I'll give you something." "What is it?" After Gilbert had explained the situation in the Valley of Sunshine to Han Shuo in detail, he asked in astonishment after hearing Han Shuo's words. Han Shuo took out the Green Dragon's magical core from his space ring. The magical core glowed with green energy, and the enormous energy contained within immediately made Gilbert go wild with joy. He screamed, "The core of a super-rank magical beast? That's right, this is the core of a green dragon. I think this core should be useful to you, right?" Han Shuo smiled as he looked at Gilbert and asked. Gilbert nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at rice, his face filled with excitement. He extended his right hand and held the green dragon's demonic core in his palm. He laughed maniacally and said, "It's useful. It's too useful. I can feel the enormous energy contained within. With this green dragon's demonic core, which is of a higher rank than mine, I can definitely evolve to Tier 2. Alright then, immediately swallow it and evolve in the Cemetery of Death." This green dragon core had been specially prepared by Han Shuo for Dark Dragon Gilbert. When he saw that Gilbert was about to go crazy with joy and excitement, he smiled at Gilbert. Apart from being a lecher, Dark Dragon Gilbert was indeed a loyal servant. Last time in the Forbidden Land in the depths of the Dark Forest, Dark Dragon Gilbert had displayed loyalty that moved Han Shuo. Otherwise, the crazed Han Shuo might have fallen into the demonic path forever. "Thank you, Master." Master, you are too great. Your loyal servant praises you from the bottom of his heart. Holding the green dragon core, Dark Dragon Gilbert's flattery flowed out endlessly. Gilbert had interacted with others for a long time now, so his flattery skills had improved by another level. He almost didn't repeat a single sentence. All right, just swallow this green dragon core for me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Han Shua interrupted Gilbert's flattery and said to Gilbert, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This time, Gilbert didn't waste any more words and nodded excitedly. He said to Han Shua, Master, I need to transform into my original form. It's inconvenient in the cemetery of death, so I'll go outside. Go, but be careful. Don't mess up the formations I've set up. Han Shua hastily reminded when he saw Gilbert excitedly walking out of the cemetery of death with the green dragon core in his hands. Don't worry, Master. I know what to do. Gilbert responded and stayed far away from the two formations that Han Shua had set up. He transformed in another area before swallowing the green dragon core. It looked like it wouldn't be long before Gilbert could become a rank 2 super rank magical creature. Han Shua thought for a while and continued to study necromancy magic in the cemetery of death, chanting incantations repeatedly. After a few more days, Han Shua suddenly thought of the dwarves in the valley. He thought of the dwarves' forging skills and remembered his promise to the ancient lizard king Degassi. He left the cemetery of death and made a trip to the dwarves' valley. Winter had passed, and the dwarves' Tanai mountain was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. The dwarves guarding the valley all recognized Han Shua. Han Shua smoothly entered the dwarven valley and saw some dwarves brewing fruit wine. The dwarves brewing fruit wine cheered endlessly when they saw Han Shua appear, regardless of whether they were adults or children. A dwarf child who wasn't even a meter tall walked up to Han Shua with a wine cup overflowing with the fragrance of fruit at the urging of a woman. Uncle Han, here's some wine for you. It's delicious. The dwarf child stood on his tiptoes and handed the wine cup filled with fruit wine to Han Shua. Squatting down, Han Shua rubbed the dwarf child's head and smiled as he accepted the wine cup. Thank you. The dwarf child's face was red from smiling and he ran a bit shyly to his mother's side, saying, Uncle Han, thank me. The simple dwarves, whether old or young, all laughed heartily. Tanai was brimming with a cheerful atmosphere. It looked like the dwarves had been living quite well during this time. Bennett, who'd come upon hearing the news, called out loudly from afar when he saw Han Shua appear, Hey Han, it's been a long time since you've been here. Bennett should have been forging weapons just now. His upper arms were bare, his face was dark, and he held a large hammer in his left hand. Ha, I've been a bit busy lately. How have you been? Han Shua asked with a smile. Of course. Spring has arrived, and we haven't finished the food you gave us this winter. There's still a lot of cured meat. We've mined some ore, and I'm currently teaching the young people how we dwarves forge weapons. Our days are much better than before. Bennett chuckled as he responded. He looked to be in good spirits. Elder, I've come to discuss a large business deal with you. Han, the doors to the Dwarven Valley will always be open to you. Forging weapons for you is the honor of us dwarves, it can't be considered business. Chief Calvin leaned on his walking stick and stroked his braided beard with a wide smile as he strolled out of a stone house in the distance. Calvin was obviously old, and his body was growing weaker and weaker. It was inevitable that one would struggle to walk when one reached a certain age. Calvin's beard had all turned silver, and he needed to rely on his walking stick when he came over. It looked like he couldn't escape the fate of old age, sickness, and death either. However, Calvin was in good spirits, and his chuckling expression made him appear full of friendliness. Two young dwarves took the initiative to support Calvin when they saw him appear. Bennett said, Elder, why have you come out? Han's here, of course I had to come and see. Bennett, I'm not as old as you think I am. Didn't I walk over here alone? Ha. Calvin said with a smile. He then bowed to Han Shua and said, The dwarves of this valley will forever be grateful for your kindness. There is no business between friends. We will forge as many weapons as you need. This is our attitude towards our friends. Han Shua's main purpose in coming over this time was to have the dwarves forge some weapons for the lizard men of the underground world. Han Shua had promised the ancient lizard king Degasi that he would help him take care of the lizard men. Although the lizard men had obtained some weapons from the dead Redbud Knights last time, those weapons were far from enough for them to use. In addition, the lizardmen's bodies were different from ordinary humans. Han Shua wanted the dwarves to forge some weapons for them. Of course, the city guards of Bretel City also needed weapons forged by the dwarves, because the weapons forged by the dwarves were much more outstanding than those forged by ordinary humans. Calvin listened attentively to Han Shua's description. When Han Shua finished, Calvin smiled and said, "Don't worry, the children have been very free recently. We still have enough food and don't need to go out hunting. I will arrange for them to forge the weapons you need." "Many thanks to you, Elder," Han Shua said with sincere gratitude. There's no need to be so polite between friends. It's rare for you to come over. Have a good taste of the fruit wine we just brewed," Calvin said heroically, pulling Han Shua towards the women who brewed the wine. "All right then, I will drink a few cups with Elder." Han Shua readily agreed. Chapter 351. Time flew by unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. On this day, 12 consecutive explosions suddenly rang out from within the lifeless cemetery of death. 12 enormous banners exploded one after another amidst the explosions. Han Shua sat cross-legged in the center, his eyes wide open as he stared fixedly at the crypt in the middle of the 12 banners. The liquid in the crypt had become as black as ink, and bubbles of various sizes were bubbling amidst gurgling sounds. Black mist rose from the crypt and lingered above the cemetery of death without dissipating. Amidst the bubbling sounds, the black ink-like liquid was gradually absorbed by the bodies of the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses. The 3 evil knights, who had been submerged in the underground liquid, seemed to have become large sponges as they absorbed the black ink-like liquid into their bodies. The bodies of the 3 evil knights and their mounts had all become as black as ink. Only the eyes of the 3 evil knights and their mounts were like large sponges, absorbing the inky black liquid. Apart from the aura of death that lingered within their bodies, there was also an additional vicious killing intent. Sensing the enormous changes occurring within their bodies, the 3 evil knights silently howled towards the sky, the bone spurs in their hands whistling through the air. Since they no longer had to endure the heart-wrenching pain, the 3 evil knights immediately attempted to attack the power of the contract once more, wanting to break free from Han Shua's enslavement. Since they no longer had to endure the heart-wrenching pain, the 3 evil knights immediately attempted to attack the power of the contract once more, wanting to break free from Han Shua's enslavement. High-ranked undead creatures are indeed a bit troublesome. At least you know how to resist. Han Shua coldly snorted and abruptly stood up from his cross-legged position. He used his mental strength to forcefully suppress the 3 evil knights while abruptly activating a secret demonic technique. The 3 evil knights suddenly let out mournful wails, looking at Han Shua in fear just like their mounts. The flames in their eyes were as weak as candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Their bodies and souls were about to dissipate from the heavy blow. The liquid within the crypt contained Han Shua's blood essence. All of that liquid had been absorbed by the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses. In other words, their bodies now contained Han Shua's blood essence. Based on the blood essence within their bodies, Han Shua could completely annihilate the 3 evil knights without leaving even a trace of their soul origin power behind. When Han Shua used his blood essence to punish the 3 evil knights, the purest fear spread to the 3 evil knights and their mounts. The evil knights that had just attempted to break free from the power of Han Shua's contract immediately knelt on the ground with their warhorses, trembling all over. Han Shua could feel the fear and reverence in the hearts of the 3 evil knights. With a cold snort, Han Shua walked in front of the 3 evil knights who no longer dared to resist and released the seal of darkness, magic on each of them. This way, he could directly summon them from the other world. If he didn't release the seal of darkness on them, once Han Shua teleported them to the other world, he wouldn't be able to summon them again. Without the slightest connection to their bodies, the next evil knights he would summon would be randomly from the otherworld. In the boundless otherworld, who knew how many evil knights there were? It wouldn't be so coincidental that he would summon them again. However, as long as he left the seal of darkness on their bodies, when Han Shuo chanted the incantation, he could rely on the connection of the seal to find them anywhere in the otherworld. He could then directly summon the 3 evil knights that had been forged by demonic arts to this plane. After leaving the seal of darkness on the 3 evil knights and the fire-breathing warhorse, Han Shuo planned to directly send them to the otherworld. Afterwards, he recalled his last trip to the otherworld. In the otherworld of Necromancer Paradise, Han Shuo had seen Little Skull, Earth, Fire, and Wood undead creatures very active. Han Shuo understood that in another plane, Little Skull and the others were currently carrying out a vigorous invasion. Although Little Skull and the others were currently increasing in strength, Han Shuo was well aware of the strength of otherworld creatures. As a necromancer, Han Shuo understood that the Mummy Lord wasn't a powerful otherworld creature. As long as he could grasp the summoning technique of the Necromancer Grand Magus level, Han Shuo would be able to summon undead creatures of the Mummy Lord, Bone Devil, and Old Fei Fei. However, above the Mummy Lord level, there were still the Bone Dragon, Skeleton King, and Zombie King. Undead creatures like the Bone Dragon, Skeleton King, and Zombie King could only be summoned by a sacred Magus-level necromancer. According to legend, if a necromancer surpassed the sacred Magus level, they could even summon undead creatures with the strength of demigods in the otherworld. Just how powerful were these undead creatures? Just what kind of existence were they? Even Han Shuo didn't know. In the boundless otherworld, were there undead creatures that surpassed the strength of demigods? Han Shuo also didn't know. Although Little Skull's strength was constantly increasing, Han Shuo was still somewhat worried about him. Rather than sending the 3 evil knights back to the otherworld, it would be better to let the Little Skull take them away and increase the strength of Little Skull's side once again. Thinking up to here, Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff and began chanting necromancy incantations. Ever since the last time he unintentionally escaped into the otherworld, there was a period of time when Han Shuo had some fear towards the skeletal staff. However, after studying it for a few days and chanting the incantations, he discovered that there was no difference. Han Shuo also didn't know how the last fortuitous encounter happened, so he didn't pay it too much attention. A streak of black light flashed through the void, and the Little Skull descended on the undead creature covered in bone spurs. As soon as the Little Skull arrived from the otherworld, the 3 evil knights sensed the familiar aura of death from the otherworld. When the 3 evil knights saw that it was only a Little Skull, they simultaneously emitted the aura of a high-level undead creature, as if they wanted to shake the Little Skull. The Little Skull swept a glance at the 3 evil knights, his purple demon eye glistening. That 3-meter-long bone spur tapped the undead creature covered in bone spurs. The undead creature suddenly roared soundlessly at the 3 evil knights, and a soaring aura of death suddenly swept over them. The 3 evil knights, who originally planned to show off their strength to the Little Skull, suddenly felt the strength of that strange undead creature. All of them were startled, and their fear of a high-level undead creature caused them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Father! After scaring away the 3 evil knights, the Little Skull dismounted from the undead creature and walked straight to Han Shuo. When he arrived in front of Han Shuo, he sent a message. Father? Han Shuo was suddenly startled. Looking at this Little Skull who had lived with him since the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and who had secretly helped him take out the trash in the middle of the night, Han Shuo was shocked by this form of address, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Father, you've been to my hometown, haven't you? The Little Skull arrived in front of Han Shuo and stabbed his 3-meter-long bone spur into the ground. He raised his head and blinked his purple demon eye at Han Shuo, sending a message. Han Shuo was stunned by the Little Skull calling him father. He suddenly discovered that he couldn't see through the Little Skull more and more. From simple communication before, to now that the Little Skull could actually directly ask him questions, the Little Skull had only spent a total of 2 years. Han Shuo looked at the Little Skull standing in front of him, his purple demon eye glistening with light, and was shocked to the extreme. After a long while, he seemed to wake up from his shock and nodded, "Yes, I went to another world last time." After a pause, Han Shuo hesitated for a while before asking, "Do you already have your own complete consciousness? Why do you call me father? What's going on? You created me, and my body has your blood. You've always treated me like a child. You are my father." The little skull blinked his purple demon eye and continued to send a message, "Father, not only do I have a complete consciousness, but I also have some other magical powers. These are all given to me by you." The short little skull had always been treated like a child by Han Shuo, especially after he left the Babylon Academy. The little skull's somewhat childish behavior always gave Han Shuo the illusion that he was treating him as a child. Perhaps it was because Han Shuo had unknowingly treated the little skull as his own child. Through the mental connection between the little skull and Han Shuo, he sensed the doting and love from Han Shuo, and gradually treated Han Shuo as a father. Han Shuo's mind was in a mess for a while. He was shocked by the little skull suddenly calling him father. At this time, Han Shuo had a stomach full of questions, but he didn't know where to start. After frowning for a while, Han Shuo said, "I've modified the 3 evil knights. Their strength should have increased a lot. Take them away, they should be able to help you." "Thank you, father. I will discipline them well." The little skull let out a cry of joy. In front of Han Shuo, he did not have the majesty that he had in the other world. Instead, he was like a naughty child. The little skeleton pulled out the 3-meter-long bone spur that he'd stabbed into the ground, and walked towards the 3 evil knights with the bone spur in his hand. As the little skull dragged the 3-meter-long bone spur toward the 3 evil knights, the aura of death on his body gradually thickened. The aura of death in the cemetery of death was like a whirlpool that spun at high speed around his body. The 3 evil knights suddenly trembled. The inextinguishable flames in their eyes stared at the 7 bone spurs on the little skull's back. It was as if they already knew the origin of this unusual little skull. The might of a high-level undead creature against a low-level creature was simply impossible for them to resist. When the little skull arrived in front of the 3 evil knights, he arrogantly used the bone spur to hit the bodies of the 3 evil knights and their fire-breathing warhorses, as if giving the 3 evil knights some orders. The 3 evil knights and their mounts emitted crisp, dang-dang sounds as they were hit by the little skull's bone spur. The flames in the 3 evil knights' eyes flickered violently. They appeared to be subservient, as if they had already submitted to the tyranny of the little skull. Han Shuo watched the little skull tame the 3 evil knights with a face full of disbelief. Even Han Shuo himself had to use the blood essence in their bodies to deal with these 3 evil knights. He didn't expect that the little skull didn't need to use it at all. It was as if the little skull directly used his high-level status to suppress them and they didn't dare to raise their heads. He didn't know if it was because the cultivation method was different, or because the little skull, the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies started off as low-level creatures, but when Han Shuo used the demonic arts to refine them, they didn't resist in the slightest and happily accepted Han Shuo's refinement. When refining the little skull, Han Shuo felt a kind of spiritual connection with him. Han Shuo was sure that the little skull not only obtained power from him, but also a part of his memories. Otherwise, the little skull would never be able to use the 7 bone spurs to unimpeded use of the demonic art of control. The Fire Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie had been refined using the secret method of refining zombies. Apart from absorbing the materials that Han Shuo had painstakingly gathered, they had also absorbed the yuan energy of the 5 extremes of the place of extremes. The yuan energy of earth, wood, and fire that had been nurtured between heaven and earth for an unknown amount of time was immeasurable in their vastness and preciousness. Perhaps it was for this reason that Little Skeleton, Fire Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie were able to communicate with Han Shuo's mind. Not only did they possess miraculous abilities, they also possessed the ability to evolve. On the other hand, Han Shuo could only simply give orders to the 3 evil knights of a higher level. They didn't have the ability to communicate with Han Shuo's mind. They didn't have several fortuitous encounters like the little skull, which allowed them to possess a portion of Han Shuo's demonic arts memories. They also didn't have the ability to absorb an enormous amount of the elements of heaven and earth like the would elite zombie and the other three. At first, their levels were much higher than the skeletons and zombies, but they still tried to resist the modifications that Han Shuo had made to their bodies. Perhaps it was because of these various reasons that although they had also become somewhat stronger, they were still far inferior to the 4 undead creatures that Han Shuo had first refined. "Father, they will be obedient in the future." The little skull pointed at the 3 trembling evil knights and said to Han Shuo, who had sunk into deep thought, "Hee, let me send you back. My mind is in a bit of a mess right now." Han Shuo smiled at the little skull and was about to release magic when he suddenly looked at the flying undead creature on the little skull's back. He asked, "Right, what is this strange fellow? How come I've never heard of it before?" "Oh, he was originally a bone demon. Father found me a lot of good bones last time. After I dismantled the bone demon, I used some of the best bones to make wings for him." "Father, did I make him look ugly?" The little skull seemed a bit embarrassed as he asked Han Shuo. "No, he's quite pretty," Han Shuo replied. He then sent the little skull and the 3 evil knights to another dimension. Relying on his connection with the little skull, Han Shuo sent the 3 evil knights to his territory. These 3 evil knights were destined to become little skull's subordinates, charging and breaking through enemy lines for him. "Since when did you have the ability to modify undead creatures?" After the little skull and the 3 evil knights disappeared, Han Shuo muttered to himself, his heart filled with shock. Although the little skull's modification of the bone demon was very crude, simply dismantling its bones, Han Shuo could see the inconceivable power of the little skull from this modification. This meant that the little skull must have obtained some of the refining memories of monsters from Han Shuo's mind. Otherwise, the little skull would not have been able to modify the bone demon. Unknowingly, the little skull grew into a powerful existence that surprised Han Shuo. For Han Shuo, who single-handedly created this miracle, the little skull's rapid growth made Han Shuo excited and ecstatic. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied Han Shuo was with his masterpiece. Han Shuo, who originally treated the little skull as his own child, was stimulated by the little skull's father. At first, he was not used to it, but when the little skull left this dimension, Han Shuo felt a sense of longing and strange worry. Han Shuo suddenly realized that he seemed to have regarded the little skull as his own child a long time ago. That kind of doting and worry for the little skull was originally the behavior of a father towards his child. "Hee, child, I also have a child." A long time after the little skull left, Han Shuo suddenly laughed wildly towards the sky in the cemetery of death. His laughter was filled with joy and excitement. The 3 evil knights had already come out, but the 12 mystical demons still needed a period of time to take form. The evil knights were purely absorbing some energy, so this process naturally wouldn't take too long. However, the 12 mystical demons were evolving from one form to another. This process was not something that simple absorption could compare with. Therefore, it would naturally take a bit longer. After Dark Dragon Gilbert swallowed the Green Dragon's magical beast core, he seemed to have sunk into hibernation in the cemetery of death. His enormous body coiled into a ball, and his scales and skin would occasionally overflow with a fishy stench. From time to time, rays of light would flash from his body. It was likely that Gilbert's evolution would also take a period of time. After staying in the cemetery of death for a period of time, Han Shuo didn't continue to desperately study the summoning magic of the necromancy Grand Magus realm. Seeing that everything in the cemetery of death was progressing in an orderly manner, Han Shuo once again returned to Bretel City. During this process, the soldiers under their command became more and more skilled in battle, gradually gaining true sharpness. "Brian, many merchants have come to the city. If the current situation continues to develop, Bretel City will definitely become a big city that attracts people to migrate to." The fat on Jack's round face jiggled as he continued, "I think it won't be long before those mountain people come down from above. Bretel City's welfare is so good right now, it's much more profitable than mining." "No, it won't be long. Right now, the 5 mountain chiefs have already made up their minds. Apart from the old Adelman who doesn't have any lofty ambitions, the other four young mountain chiefs all want to lead their original subordinates to become part of Bretel City's regular army. Dick looked at Han Shua and smiled wryly. Those four fellows have urged me many times, wanting me to talk to my lord. It's just that my lord hasn't been in the city, so this matter has been delayed. Han Shua's expression changed when he heard Dick's words. He asked with great interest, "What's going on? Aren't they doing well with the surrounding ores?" "That depends on who they're compared to. Compared to ordinary poor people, their income from the mines is pretty good. However, when compared to the welfare of Bretel City's soldiers, their income from the ores is simply not enough to support the daily expenses of so many subordinates. All along, the mountain people haven't had a good life. Now that my lord has greatly improved the treatment of the soldiers, this treatment is far greater than their income from mining. In addition, Dorcas and Falk have seized many weapons, armor, and even gold coins in the process of wiping out the bandits. This kind of violence is far from what mining can compare to. The 7 Grand Duchies are so chaotic, so the easiest way to make money is through war. Whether it's selling weapons, war horses, or directly becoming bandits, they're all the fastest ways to accumulate wealth. My lord's Bretel City has developed so quickly because of plundering other people's wealth. For the mountain people, following my lord is obviously much more promising than mining. Moreover, Dorcas and Falk have also brought back some bandit slaves. With these slaves, mining doesn't require so much manpower. Strong mountain people are all experts in battle. It's only natural that they want to join the army," Dick explained to Han Shua. Hearing Dick's words, Han Shua smiled and said, "It looks like everything is for profit. I just don't know how loyal these mountain people are. My lord, with you in Bretel City, do you think they would dare to be disloyal?" Chester suddenly said with a smile at this time. Chester's flattery was just right. Han Shua smiled and thought for a while, saying, "There are 10,000 mountain people who can fight on the 5 mountains. This is double the total number of Bretel City's city guards. If these people join Bretel City, all the war chariots and catapults at the 4 city gates will truly be able to operate. Now that Bretel City has ample funds, there's naturally nothing more to say about its prospects for development. It's imperative to expand the army. 10,000 mountain people are the best soldiers. After fighting with the bandits for so many years, there is no need to doubt the fighting strength of the mountain people. I think this is very interesting. Now I just don't know if the mountain people are sincere or not." "I think the mountain people definitely have sincerity, my lord," Dick immediately guaranteed when he heard Han Shua's words. Chapter 352. 3 days later, the 5 mountain chiefs once again gathered in Bretel City. Apart from the oldest Adelman, the 4 younger mountain chiefs all agreed to Han Shua's request. Even Adelman, who'd lost his lofty ambitions, had most of the mountain people in his minds leave the mountain to join the army. After some discussion with the 4 young mountain chiefs, they decided that he would be in charge of the mining of the surrounding 5 mines. A portion of the ore obtained would also be given to the 4 young men. Bretel City was brimming with vitality. More than 8,000 mountain people had come down from the 5 mines. Dorcas had returned after hearing the news and split the troops into 4 large groups. The 4 large groups' captains were all on Han Shua's side. Although the mountain people had received a portion of the weapons and armor last time, they were far from enough for 8,000 people. Only 3,000 of them had received a portion of the weapons and armor, while the other 5,000 still used simple weapons. With Jack and Dorcas' help, a weaponry workshop jointly funded by the Bust Merchant Guild began operating on the original Mount Silk. Bretel City invested in the purchase of facilities for smelting metal ores, while the Bust Merchant Guild was responsible for recruiting skilled blacksmiths. Because Han Shua had the dwarves of the Dark Forest to help him, the weapons workshop on Mount Silk was mainly in charge of forging armor for warriors. The dwarves were highly skilled in forging weapons, but they weren't as meticulous as humans when it came to refining armor. Under Dorcas' meticulous training, the mountain people were divided into 4 large groups and trained vigorously outside Bretel City. Dorcas, who'd graduated from the Imperial Military Academy, was indeed a talented general. Under his fierce training, the 8,000 mountain people's combat strength had increased to a certain extent. After Falk returned from outside, he started instructing the 8,000 mountain people on how to familiarize themselves with war chariots, ballistae, and catapults. These kinds of powerful defensive equipment often required strong people to operate. The mountain people were the best candidates. Under Falk's guidance, the mountain people slowly familiarized themselves with the use of war chariots and other equipment at the 4 gates of Bretel City. My lord, the moats that were originally dug at the 4 gates of Bretel City were all low-lying sewage. Now that we have these 8,000 mountain people, we can spend some time digging the 4 moats even deeper. This way, even if the 7 grand duchies invade, the moats will be littered with their corpses. One day, Dorcas found Han Shua and proposed. Bretel City's moat had originally been half-excavated, but due to the Lancelot Empire's repeated defeats against the 7 grand duchies, they had been unable to excavate the moat. In the end, Bretel City was reduced to a chicken rib, and the moat was slowly forgotten by everyone. Dorcas had a keen mind for war. He had long since seen the value of the moat at Bretel City's city gates. Adding to the fact that the moat was already in its embryonic form, it wouldn't be a difficult project to complete as long as they spent some time and manpower. Once the moat at Bretel City's city gates was successfully deepened, it would be a huge blow to the invading enemies. This proposal was almost immediately approved by Han Shua. The mountain people, who had just relaxed from familiarizing themselves with the various siege equipment, immediately became laborers again, joining in the excavation of the 4 moats. Due to Han Shua's arrival, the number of Dark Mantle members in Bretel City had increased by quite a bit. Under Dick's arrangements, the Dark Mantle members were dispersed to the 7 grand duchies, continuously reporting the latest news to Dick. There were currently many merchants from Asen City in Bretel City. These merchants were very familiar with some of Han Shua's experiences. After arriving in Bretel City, out of reverence for Han Shua, they continuously narrated some of Han Shua's heroic deeds to the citizens of Bretel City, adding oil to the fire. Unknowingly, all the citizens of Bretel City knew of Han Shua's past experiences. In addition, Han Shua's performance in facing the 4 bandit groups had been publicized by some of the citizens. Currently, Han Shua's prestige in Bretel City was beyond imagination. To the citizens of Bretel City, a city lord who could bring them stability and prosperity was far more prestigious than the king who had abandoned them in Asen City. Han Shua didn't say much in response to Delia's enthusiastic questioning, only giving her a few perfunctory replies. However, the more indifferent Han Shua appeared, the more interested Delia became. Along the way, she didn't tire of asking questions about Han Shua's challenges to various experts. While Han Shua was having a headache, the group finally arrived at the cave entrance leading to the mine in the belly of the mountain. There were already a dozen or so miners covered in dirt and dust waiting at the cave entrance. When they saw Delia appear, these young miners were full of surprise, cheering, "Leader." From these miners' sincere joy towards Delia, Han Shua knew that Delia should be a good leader in their hearts. Han Shua looked at Delia a few more times in astonishment. When Delia saw Han Shua looking at her in astonishment, she proudly puffed out her full chest, as if saying, "Did you see that? Actually, this lady is also very powerful." Han Shua couldn't help laughing at Delia's behavior, but didn't comment much. When Delia used the tone of a leader to question the miners, Han Shua had already released a Yin demon according to the contents of their conversation. It slowly flew towards the area they were talking about. "Let's go inside and see what's going on." While Han Shua was using the Yin demon to explore deeper inside, Delia spoke to the waiting miners. "Wait, Mr. Adelman, it's better if you don't go in." Han Shua suddenly said, "It's a bit cold and damp inside. Elder is an adult, just wait outside for a while." Adelman didn't insist. He knew that with his current condition, he would only be a burden if he went inside. He smiled and agreed, saying, "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Nodding with a smile, Han Shua glanced at Delia and the others before walking into the dim mine. Chapter 353. The cave was damp and dark. As an outsider, Han Shua, who was supposed to be led by someone else, walked forward as if he was very familiar with the cave. In the beginning, Delia had thought that Han Shua would take the initiative to retreat to the back after entering. Who would have thought that Han Shua hadn't taken a single step back from start to finish? He was actually very familiar with the area and acted as a guide, heading straight into the depths of the mine without making any mistakes. After a while, Delia couldn't restrain her own curiosity under the puzzled gazes of the miners and quickly caught up to Han Shua. She looked at Han Shua with her large, bright eyes and asked, "City Lord, you've been to Mount Silk before?" Shaking his head, Han Shua replied, "No, this is my first time here." "What about it? Then why are you so familiar with the terrain of the mine? I can tell that you didn't even consider which path to take when you came in. You just went straight in and didn't make a single mistake. If you haven't been to Mount Silk before, how can you be so familiar with the detours in the mine?" Delia's doubts grew stronger and stronger as she asked the relaxed Han Shua. In Han Shua's eyes, the strength of this group of people, including Delia, was very low. Since there were stone people in the depths of the cave who didn't fear magic and had hard bodies, Han Shua didn't want them to be suddenly killed. With a Yin demon leading the way, according to Han Shua's description of the miners, Han Shua naturally didn't slow down in the slightest. He didn't expect to arouse Delia's doubts. Han Shua chuckled and said, "When I came in, didn't I hear you talking about the situation inside? Hee, I have a very sensitive intuition about the terrain inside the cave. From your description, I can accurately find the place you mentioned. Do you believe me?" Delia had a face of astonishment after hearing Han Shua's explanation. She then asked doubtfully, "Really?" "Of course." Han Shua smiled and said, "I've never been to Mount Silk before, and I certainly wouldn't have had the chance to explore this mine. If I didn't have a keen intuition for the cave's terrain, how could I be so familiar with it?" Delia thought about it carefully. With Han Shua's status as the city lord of Breadtell City and his status as a count, he definitely wouldn't come to this mine for no reason. Now that she heard Han Shua's explanation, she actually believed 80% of Han Shua's words. When she looked at Han Shua again, there was a bit more admiration in her eyes. She thought to herself, the city lord is indeed, as the rumors say, a truly amazing man. Seeing that Delia didn't ask any more questions, Han Shua continued on his way. With Han Shua's control over the Yin demons, he truly played the role of a guide, turning from guest to host as he led the way. The miners and Delia in the mines of Mount Silk had instead become his attendants. Han Shua's remaining Yin demons slowly penetrated deep into the belly of Mount Silk. According to the miners' description of Delia, the Yin demon had arrived at a narrow and dry area. There were 3 cave entrances around this area that led deeper into the mountain. The rock overhead was very low, so if one wanted to pass through it, they would have to crawl. According to the miners, the last time they'd been mining here, they'd encountered some stone men. From the traces in the surroundings, there were indeed traces of mining here. However, the Yin demon was invisible and formless. Even if the stone men were hiding in the dark, they wouldn't be able to discover the Yin demon's existence. After finding the correct location, Han Shua's speed increased a bit. Delia and the miners behind him were all astonished when they saw Han Shua's extremely nimble body shuttling through the cave. Delia truly believed what Han Shua had just said. She believed that he had an innate intuition for caves and could find the correct location in the intricate and complicated paths. "City Lord, be careful. The area in front of us is where the stone men have appeared before." Suddenly, a panting miner reminded Han Shua, who was still flying ahead. Seeing Han Shua slowly slow down after this reminder, Delia panted a few times to calm her chest. Only then did she say to Han Shua, "My lord, be careful. Those stone men shouldn't be easy to deal with. It's better for us to advance slowly." Delia wasn't as carefree as she appeared, but she was quite attentive at critical moments. Han Shua couldn't help but look at Delia in surprise. Delia only stopped when he looked at her. Her slightly swaying twin peaks attracted more of Han Shua's attention. Han Shua's heart fluttered, and he couldn't help but look at her chest a few more times. It was said that any woman could sense the gazes of the surrounding men on a certain part of her body. No matter how stealthily those men peeped, the woman being stared at would be able to sense if that man had ever secretly glanced at her chest. This saying did make some sense. Although they were in a dark cave, Delia was still able to sense Han Shua's gaze. Han Shua's gaze lingered on her towering chest for a while, making Delia a little shy. Her originally straight back instinctively bent a little, as if she wanted to hide the fullness of her chest through the curve of her waist. "Alright, I think we're about to reach there. You guys come closer so that I can take care of you if there's any danger." Han Shua slowed down his footsteps, looked ahead, and instructed the few people behind him. The miners quickly followed. However, Delia, who was supposed to be the first to lean towards Han Shua, was instead the last. Fortunately, the light in the mine was dim, and the miners didn't have eyes as good as Han Shua's. Because of the distance between them, they naturally couldn't see the bright red on Delia's pretty face. Along the way, they took turns to drill through 3 tunnels. After walking for a few hundred meters, the rocks above their heads slowly became much lower, and the tunnel became narrower and narrower. It could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. At this time, everyone had to bend down to prevent their heads from hitting the rocks. After everyone passed through this narrow tunnel, they appeared in the area where the Yin demons stayed. This area was quite large, but the rocks above their heads were very low. There were 3 caves around it, and the 3 caves were flat. If one wanted to pass through, they had to lie down. This was the place where the miners had encountered the stone men last time. The stone men had suddenly appeared and immediately attacked the miners, causing a lot of casualties among the miners. Han Shua was more than 1.9 meters tall, but he couldn't walk normally even if he bent down. He had to squat down to look around. The miners who had been here before all looked extremely nervous and cautious. They were holding crude mining tools in their hands, as if they were ready to deal with the stone men at any time. Even Delia was a little nervous. She pulled out the dagger tied to her left leg and looked around vigilantly. Han Shua and Delia were relatively close. Because they would have to face the stone men's attacks at any time, Delia's shyness had long been thrown out the window. It was because of Han Shua's ferocious reputation that these miners and Delia felt that they had something to rely on. Otherwise, they wouldn't be nervous but fearful just by being in this area. Han Shua, who was squatting down, looked around and asked the miners beside him, "How tall are the stone men? What do they look like?" "They are only 1.5 meters tall, but their bodies are very wide. They can move freely in this area and aren't restricted by the low walls," one of the miners replied. After hearing this, Han Shua looked around at the 3 caves that were even lower. He discovered that the 3 caves that could only be entered by lying down were only 1 meter tall. According to the miner, the stone men that were 1.5 meters tall and had very wide bodies shouldn't be able to enter from these 3 caves. Apart from the 3 caves that were even lower, the only cave that Han Shua's group came from was the cave that they came from. Since the stone men didn't come from the other 3 caves, could they have come from the cave that Han Shua's group came from? Han Shua's heart was filled with doubts. He didn't continue to squat down and look around. Instead, he squatted down in the middle. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua suddenly let out a soft whistle. The whistle started out soft, but it gradually became louder and louder. In the end, it was as if a giant dragon was roaring. "Alright, if the stone men are nearby, they will definitely come after hearing the news. We just need to wait," Han Shua said to the miners who looked nervous. On Han Shua's left, Delia was still looking around with her waist bent over. When she bent over, the curves of her perfectly round buttocks were outlined in an extremely enchanting manner. Delia was only wearing a short leather skirt, but her perfectly round buttocks and bare legs were very alluring. When Han Shua was giving instructions to the miners, he accidentally glanced at her and couldn't help but stare a few more times at her perfectly round buttocks that stuck out from her bent over. 3 of the other miners who had nervous expressions also accidentally saw this beautiful scene. The three hot-blooded youths secretly swallowed their saliva and bent their waists even more. It was unknown if they were trying to lower a certain part of their body. Delia, who had been looking around, suddenly turned her head. Her bright eyes stared at Han Shuo, who was still staring at her buttocks. Caught off guard, Han Shuo coughed awkwardly and consciously turned his head away. Delia glared at the embarrassed Han Shuo with a red face. She snorted at Han Shuo, who had turned his head away. Then, she fiercely glared at the other miners and said, "What are you guys looking at? I've only left Mount Silk for a few days, and you want to die?" After saying this, Delia cursed in an extremely low voice, "There really isn't a single good man." It was unknown if the last sentence was purposely said for Han Shuo to hear. In any case, Han Shuo had indeed heard it. He thought to himself, "Women are meant for men to look at. But how did you know that we were peeking at you? You bent over and outlined the beautiful curves of your buttocks. Could it be that you did it on purpose?" Just as Han Shuo was thinking this, a few faintly discernible auras slowly drifted in from the three narrow caves. Han Shuo looked around but didn't find any traces of them. However, as a necromancer and a practitioner of magic, Han Shuo immediately felt the auras that had suddenly surged in. They should be existences similar to some kind of soul wraiths. Han Shuo quietly released a soul exploration spell. 8 dusky balls of air were slowly spinning in a corner that the miners couldn't see. The 8 dusky balls of air gradually separated and entrenched themselves on top of the large rocks. A strange power overflowed from their auras. The originally hard rocks seemed to soften after being soaked in that aura. Like a sculpture that had been cut, 8 stone men, just like what the miners had described earlier, split from the intact rocks. Han Shuo, who was well versed in magical arts and necromancy magic, was able to clearly see the process of the 8 auras entrenching themselves on the rocks and then using the rocks to shape them. After the 8 stone men slowly walked out from the corner, Han Shuo finally understood why a group of stone men had suddenly appeared in this area last time. So this was what was going on. It looked like they had only come out of the 3 narrow caves as souls, and then used the rocks in this area to reconstruct their stone bodies. "You 8, you've recovered. Are you ready to attack?" Crouching here, Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff and casually summoned a few dozen skeletal warriors and zombie warriors, surrounding Delia and the miners. He looked at the 8 stone men in the dark corner as he spoke. The rock walls in this area were too low, making it difficult for high-level hate warriors and evil knights to display their might. Only the shorter skeletal warriors and zombie warriors would be able to move freely in this area. Delia was startled at first when she was suddenly surrounded by a group of skeletal warriors and zombie warriors. Those undead creatures naturally didn't look that good, and when she was suddenly surrounded by a large group of dark creatures filled with a gloomy aura of death, she naturally panicked. But when she heard Han Shuo's words and saw that the undead creatures were only surrounding her in the center without any intention of attacking, she finally realized that Han Shuo had summoned them to protect them. She immediately relaxed. "City Lord, have those stone men appeared?" Having calmed down, Delia reacted to Han Shuo's words and gripped the dagger in her hand as she called out. The lighting here was too dim, and the 8 stone men were even darker in the shadows. Delia and the others had no way of seeing any traces of the stone men. Nodding, Han Shuo smiled faintly and said, "That's right, 8 stone men." While Han Shuo and Delia were talking, the 8 stone men scattered in the corners suddenly started attacking Han Shuo, abruptly walking out from the 8 corners. Their bodies were all formed from the ready-made iron ore here. Ordinary magical attacks naturally wouldn't have much effect on these stone men, and even ordinary weapons wouldn't pose much of a threat to their bodies. No wonder so many miners had died here last time. However, to Han Shuo, his own body was probably even sturdier than iron and stone. He didn't even need to take out the demon's lair edge to deal with these 8 stone golems. He squatted down and started fighting with the stone golems. "Interesting, what kind of creatures are you?" Han Shuo was surrounded by the 8 stone men. His body was fighting with the 8 stone men, but he still had the leisure to ask the 8 stone men questions. Delia, who was surrounded by undead creatures, saw that the crouching Han Shuo wasn't afraid of the stone men's attacks. Even when the stone men's rock-solid fists and feet bombarded Han Shuo's body, he didn't react at all. It was as if his body was even sturdier than these stone men made of iron and stone. Unarmed, Han Shuo bombarded the stone men with his fists, but instead, the stone men were forced to retreat step by step. When those steel-hard stones collided with Han Shuo's huge fists, the sound of metal clashing rang out, causing Delia and the others to be dumbstruck. On the profound continent, swordsmen and knights were the most adept at close combat. However, even swordsmen and knights used fighting aura to increase their physical defenses. They had never heard of a person who could contend against iron and stone without using any fighting aura. In fact, Han Shuo really didn't use demonic yuan to defend himself. He was indeed only using the sturdiness of his body to withstand the stone men's attacks. Having reached the separate demonic realm, Han Shuo's body was as sturdy as iron and stone. Even if he didn't use demonic yuan to defend himself, he could completely withstand the damage from ordinary blades and swords. After fighting for a while, Han Shuo discovered that the 8 stone men didn't show any signs of communicating. He gradually grew impatient and began to gather some fighting aura in his hands. In this way, the stone men's bodies also began to be unable to withstand Han Shuo's punches. Grabbing the neck of a stone man, Han Shuo disregarded the stone man's hammering on his chest and forcefully twisted it. The stone man's iron head was directly pulled off. The crouching Han Shuo's speed suddenly increased. His punches were imbued with demonic yuan. The stone men, as hard as iron and stone, couldn't bear the heavy burden and one by one shattered into stone fragments. In just the blink of an eye, the 8 stone men had become stone fragments on the ground. In the eyes of Delia and the others, there was no longer a complete stone. "City Lord, you're so strong." A miner couldn't help but murmur, his face full of worship. Delia's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared fixedly at Han Shuo. Han Shuo's actions of crushing the 8 stone golems into dust with his fists with the force of a thunderbolt was simply captivating to the extreme in the eyes of this wild woman who believed in tough men. Her heart couldn't help but become excited. "Want to run?" "Ha, it won't be that easy." After the 8 stone men's bodies were destroyed by Han Shuo, the 8 gray auras that drifted out from the 3 caves seemed to know that Han Shuo wasn't someone they could deal with and were preparing to return the way they came. Whether it was his identity as a demonic practitioner or a necromancer, Han Shuo had ways to deal with these strange soul auras. Han Shuo stretched out his left hand and a miniature vortex filled with killing intent formed in his palm. This vortex didn't have any effect on the physical body, but it made the 8 auras feel an irresistible suction force. Not only were the 8 souls unable to take a step away from Han Shuo, but under the suction force of the vortex in Han Shuo's palm, one by one, they slowly fell into the vortex in Han Shuo's palm. When the 8 souls fell into Han Shuo's palm, they were tightly sucked in by the vortex, not a single one able to leave. "Speak, what the hell are you?" This time, Han Shuo didn't speak. Instead, he used his consciousness to transmit the message. The originally gray aura of the 8 souls slowly dissipated under the high rotation of the vortex, turning into 8 little dots that sparkled with green light. Within the vortex in Han Shuo's palm, the 8 little dots that sparkled with green light were like 8 bright and beautiful stars. The vortex in Han Shuo's palm was like the deep Milky Way. The originally somewhat gloomy scene was filled with an intoxicating beauty in Delia's eyes. It was as if the deep starry sky was in Han Shuo's palm, and the faint green starlight was so resplendent and gorgeous. At this moment, if someone asked her if there was a man who could pluck the stars in the sky for her, she wouldn't hesitate to answer that the man was right in front of her, and that he already had the entire starry sky in his hands. After Han Shuo's consciousness transmitted the message, Han Shuo sensed a weak response. These 8 souls were too weak compared to Han Shuo's powerful consciousness, so the message they transmitted was also very weak. "Please let us go. We are miners who died after the mine collapsed. Our souls didn't dissipate, but drifted to a strange place, and absorbed a strange power to become like this." As Han Shuo listened with rapt attention, he gradually understood the message. He stared blankly for a moment and asked, "What's so special about it?" "We don't know either. In any case, there is a strange power everywhere. We don't know why. After we absorbed some of that power, our souls gradually became stronger. We can also use that power to manipulate stones, giving ourselves a stone body. We don't want the place that can make us strong to be destroyed, so we attacked the miners who were about to mine there. Please let us go, we won't dare to do it again." In the palm of Han Shuo, the 8 souls seemed to have united, and the message transmitted gradually became clear. After listening for a while, Han Shuo frowned in doubt at first, then his mind flashed, and he suddenly became ecstatic. I know, so that's how it is." This ecstatic shout was not transmitted through consciousness, but a real high-pitched cheer. Delia and the others, who were surrounded by the undead, were startled by Han Shuo's sudden shout. They looked at Han Shuo somewhat inexplicably, not knowing why Han Shuo was suddenly so happy. "City Lord, what's wrong?" At this time, Delia looked at Han Shuo again. She didn't know why she always felt that Han Shuo was full of bewitching attraction, so she asked tenderly. "It's nothing." Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff and sent the undead that surrounded Delia and the others back to the other plane. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You don't have to mine this area anymore, otherwise you will encounter danger. In the future, you only need to come once a month to get the ore. And, the stone men won't attack you again, so don't worry." Chapter 354. The towering stone pillar at the center of the place of extreme metal shone with a faint golden luster. It was also in that area that the energy of metal in the entire place of extreme metal was the densest. Among the 5 places of extreme metal, the place of extreme metal was the most difficult to form. This was because no matter where it was, humans were always tireless in their passion for mining ores. Generally, the surrounding mountains and rivers of the place of extreme metal would be rich in ores. As long as one of the ores was discovered, humans would swarm over like flies, digging to the root of the problem and claiming all the ores as their own. A place of extreme metal could only gradually take shape after hundreds of thousands of years. This process of formation was usually due to the ores being mined and destroyed, making it very difficult for it to form naturally again. The 5 places of extreme metal were all formed by the power of nature due to the uniqueness of the terrain. Even Chu Kanglin, who had cultivated his demonic arts to the 9 changes realm, was unable to use human power to change or repair the 5 places of extreme metal that had been destroyed. The 5 extreme grounds were all formed by nature over millions of years of sedimentation. It was simply not something that could be changed by human power. From the looks of it, this place of extreme metal should have existed for as long as the place of extreme fire for who knows how many years. That towering, golden stone pillar in the center should be the metal attribute treasure that was born from this place of extreme metal. In the world that Han Shuo came from, there was a legend of the indestructible great sage equaling heaven. The great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, was a stone monkey. He obtained the golden cudgel, the sea-stabilizing needle from the Dragon Palace. It was said that it was a metal attribute treasure nurtured by a place of extreme metal that had existed for millions of years. The great sage equaling heaven, who had cultivated from a stone monkey, was a unique existence of the metal attribute. This was why he was able to skillfully utilize the power of the metal attribute treasure in his hands, becoming a powerful and everlasting existence in the world that Han Shuo came from. In the center of this place of extreme metal, there was a towering stone pillar sparkling with faint golden light. It should be the other metal attribute treasure that had been nurtured in this place of extreme metal. As for whether or not this metal attribute treasure had the same miraculous power as the golden cudgel, Han Shuo wasn't sure. However, Han Shuo understood that the metal attribute treasure nurtured by the place of extreme metal could only be grasped by the metal elite zombie that was refined from the place of extreme metal after the metal elite zombie was born, just like the fire elite zombie that was able to collect the fire attribute treasure, the fire lotus. This metal-type treasure existed in the very center of the place of extreme metal. Han Shuo did not dare to rashly move this metal-type treasure, for fear that it would destroy the natural operation of the entire place of extreme metal. Walking to the side of this towering stone pillar, Han Shuo reached out his hand and touched it. His finger made a metallic dang-dang sound as it knocked against the stone pillar. Streams of dense metal elemental energy slowly flowed into Han Shua's fingertips, causing Han Shua's body to stiffen. It is indeed a metal attribute treasure. It seems that Metal Elite Zombie is very lucky. Han Shua exclaimed in admiration. He excitedly circled around the place of extreme metal a few times. Looking at the various rare ores that shone with a faint luster, Han Shua's heart was filled with joy. However, Han Shua did not move any of the ores in this place of extreme metal. Before all the materials for refining Metal Elite Zombie were gathered, Han Shua did not want to act blindly without thinking, lest he change the natural layout of the place of extreme metal and cause irreparable damage. Metal Elite Zombie, oh Metal Elite Zombie, now you're the only one left. Now even a weapon has been nurtured. Han Shua muttered to himself. He then spread out his right hand and scattered the 8 sparkling souls within the place of extreme metal. He instructed, guard this place well. Not only the miners, if anyone tries to come here, kill them for me. Got it, we won't let anyone destroy this place. The 8 souls replied. Without continuing to stay in the place of extreme metal, Han Shua was burning with anxiety. He planned to immediately gather the materials needed for Metal Elite Zombie. After Han Shua left the place of extreme metal, he used the Demon's Lair edge to cut out a few large rocks to block the 3 narrow entrances, leaving only a narrow slit the size of an arm for the 8 souls to enter. After walking out from the belly of Mount Silk, Han Shua discovered that Delia and the miners were all waiting at the entrance. Among them was Elder Ardman, who was currently in charge of the 5 mines. Has it been taken care of? When Delia saw Han Shua come out, her eyes lit up and she hastily asked Han Shua. Grinning brightly, Han Shua nodded and said, not bad. In the future, not only will the stone men not attack the miners again, they will also collect some ore for you every month. Pausing for a moment, Han Shua said to Delia and Andrew with a solemn expression, but remember, there are a large number of stone men living in those 3 areas. None of you are allowed to trespass into those 3 narrow caves. Otherwise, I won't take responsibility if you die at the hands of the stone men. After hearing Han Shua's words, Ardman hastily guaranteed, rest assured, my lord. I will definitely discipline them well and won't let them enter those areas. Rest assured, my lord. I don't think they will dare to go in. After all, only my lord can deal with those stone men. How can ordinary miners be a match for those stone men? Delia's bright eyes focused on Han Shua as she said to Han Shua with a light smile. After hearing Delia's words, Han Shua also thought that it was true. The stone men's bodies were sturdy and didn't fear magic. In those narrow spaces, even a senior swordsman would die if he faced the stone men. Although the mountain people of Mount Silk had strong bodies, their strength was far inferior to the stone men. Naturally, they wouldn't be stupid enough to throw away their lives. Alright, you guys go there once a month and collect the ores inside. The stone men have already agreed to my request. They are more proficient in mining ore. As long as you don't disturb their lives, they will continue to help you mine ore. Han Shua replied. Many thanks, my lord. Many thanks. Ardman was extremely grateful to Han Shua and bowed to Han Shua. Elder, don't be so polite. As the city lord of Bretel City, this is what I should do. Han Shua went over to help Ardman up and said sincerely. Since the crisis of the stone men on Mount Silk had been resolved, Han Shua didn't continue to stay on Mount Silk. The group that had come to Mount Silk this time had originally been Adelman and some of his subordinates. Now that they'd arrived at Mount Silk, they didn't continue back to Bretel City. Only Han Shua and Delia were left on the road. The anxious Han Shua planned to shake Delia off and directly return to Bretel City. However, after thinking for a bit, he felt that it would be impolite to do so. Thus, he slowly walked with her on the rugged mountain road, heading down the mountain. After being caught peeping in the mine, Han Shua felt guilty when he was alone with Delia and didn't take the initiative to talk to her. However, Delia's gaze towards Han Shua had a different meaning after she'd exited the mine. Delia, who'd been dressed in a sexy and wild outfit, not only didn't seem restrained at all, she'd even purposefully puffed out her chest. Although Han Shuo wasn't a gentleman, he had been caught alive by Delia the last time he peeped on her. This time, the two of them were a bit more well-behaved as they descended the mountain together. In addition, because he was concerned about the metal elite zombie, Han Shuo wasn't as lustful as usual. He didn't stare at Delia's chest along the way. However, the well-behaved Han Shuo was inwardly cursed for being a hypocrite by Delia. As the #1 beauty of the mountain people, Delia's strength was superb among the mountain people for so many years. Her eyes were at the top of her head, but she'd never found a young man she liked among the mountain people. She'd only teased the young men who admired her. Delia, who was 1.7 meters tall, was extremely tall. For ordinary mountain men, height alone was enough for her to be proud of. However, when faced with Han Shuo who was more than 1.9 meters tall, Delia couldn't feel the slightest bit of arrogance. This time, Han Shuo's thunderous method of blasting the stone man's body into stone fragments had awed her heart that admired the strong. No matter how she looked at it, Han Shuo was a target that she was satisfied with. Suddenly, Delia blocked in front of Han Shuo. Her bright eyes stared fixedly at Han Shuo as she puffed out her soft breasts. Han Shuo, who was walking, was caught off guard and his chest almost directly bumped into Delia's towering breasts. He abruptly stopped and took a step back. Looking at Delia with a puzzled expression, Han Shuo asked, "What's wrong?" "Your lordship, you're a real man. I like you." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Delia stared at Han Shuo with a burning gaze, boldly confessing her true feelings to Han Shuo. Mountain women were originally very forthright, and Delia was one of the best among them. Her wild and fiery nature allowed her to dare to love and hate. She possessed a boldness and straightforwardness that most women in the Lancelot Empire didn't have. Delia's sudden confession surprised Han Shuo. Han Shuo squinted his eyes as he sized up Delia from head to toe, as if he wanted to see her body clearly. As Han Shuo's gaze roamed over her body, Delia instinctively felt a little shy, especially when Han Shuo's gaze fell on her perky twin peaks, as well as some sensitive parts of her waist and abdomen. Her body felt as though it was being directly caressed by Han Shuo's gaze, causing Delia to feel extremely shy. However, Delia wasn't as timid as most women. Having set her sights on Han Shuo as her target, although Delia turned her head away shyly, she didn't choose to retreat. Instead, she puffed out her twin peaks. It seemed that she had sufficient confidence in her figure. "You're not bad." After a while, Han Shuo suddenly smiled and said softly. Delia's charming face lit up, revealing a fiery smile. She boldly looked straight at Han Shuo and said, "Your lordship, so you want me?" Shaking his head, Han Shuo replied, "I'm sorry, I already have a woman, and I like my woman very much." When these words came out, Delia's expression darkened. She lowered her head in silence for a while, and when she raised her head again, she said stubbornly, Delia, have never liked any man. Only your strength can truly make me unable to extricate myself. Regardless of whether you have a woman or not, I will become your woman." Han Shuo was speechless. Looking at Delia's stubborn face, as if she didn't know what failure was, he thought to himself that perhaps this woman had been stared at by the mountain men for too long, or perhaps she had set her sights too high. It seemed that she was a little stubborn. Han Shuo himself wasn't a gentleman who wouldn't be tempted by a beauty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have two women, Emily and Phoebe, and he wouldn't be so obsessed with Fanny. Of course, Han Shuo wasn't the kind of stud horse who would sleep with any woman he saw. As a demonic arts practitioner, Han Shuo wouldn't care about worldly restraints. As long as he was truly interested in a woman, he wouldn't care about those moral rules. Delia's figure was extremely alluring, and her looks were indeed not bad. Han Shuo didn't deny that he had lust for Delia, but it was only lust. If he could irresponsibly possess Delia, Han Shuo would definitely make her his without the slightest hesitation. However, there was a limit to everything. If Delia wholeheartedly wanted to be entangled with him, He would probably abandon her after toying with her in Bretel City. Even the 30,000 mountain people in Bretel City wouldn't be willing to do so. Han Shua himself also didn't want to provoke this kind of trouble that was hard to abandon. I do have women, and not just one. Han Shua first explained, then continued, to be honest, I do have some interest in you, but that kind of interest is only a man's interest in a beautiful woman's body. It's not what you understand. You should understand what I mean if I say it so directly, right? What, you have more than one woman? Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Delia didn't seem to care too much about the latter part of his words. She only asked about the meaning behind the first part of his sentence in astonishment. Nodding his head, Han Shua's heart stirred. He thought to himself that Delia wouldn't be talking nonsense, right? However, thinking about it again, this matter would be exposed sooner or later, so he didn't deny it. He nodded and replied, yes, I indeed have more than one. What about it? If you don't mind, I'll be one more. I'd rather be one of the women of someone like you than be the only one in a mediocre man's heart. Delia's eyes actually lit up as she said somewhat excitedly, I just knew that a man like you would definitely have more than one woman. Then adding me shouldn't be a problem, right? Han Shua was a bit dumbfounded when he heard Delia's words. He thought to himself that mountain women were indeed a bit more forthright and uninhibited than he'd expected. Delia's attitude towards these matters was a bit too much for someone like Han Shua, who'd always done as he pleased. Seeing that Delia wanted to discuss this matter in detail with him, Han Shua, on one hand, was concerned about the metal elite zombies refining materials, and on the other hand, didn't know how to answer Delia. He directly said, we'll talk about this matter in the future. I'm not interested in you at the moment. When I'm interested in you, I'll consider your proposal. Alright, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shua soared into the sky in front of Delia. He circulated his demonic yuan and revealed his disdainful aura. He turned into a streak of black light and disappeared into the clouds. Delia looked at Han Shua's gradually disappearing figure in the sky with infatuation. Her charming face was resolute as she fiercely nodded, muttering to herself, I'll definitely make you fall in love with me. City Lord, Only a man like you can make me wholeheartedly submit to you. Han Shua naturally didn't know what Delia said after that. Han Shua flew all the way back to Bretel City and directly found little fatty Jack. He made a list of materials for refining the metal elite zombie and handed it to Jack, saying, buy these materials for me. It doesn't matter if you use the Boost Merchant Guild or any other merchant guild. In short, get me the materials listed as soon as possible. No problem. Jack, who had an enormous amount of gold coins in his hands, spoke with great confidence. He had an extraordinary bearing of, leave it to me. After he finished speaking, Jack said, oh, right, Dick was looking for you. When he heard that Dick was looking for him, Han Shua left Jack's place and headed towards the Dark Mantle stronghold in Bretel City. Under normal circumstances, Dick would be there. When he arrived at the Dark Mantle's secret stronghold in Bretel City, Han Shua found Dick as expected. He saw that Dick was currently in the Dark Mantle stronghold, handling some information regarding the 7 Grand Duchies that his subordinates had reported to him. Seeing Han Shua suddenly enter, Dick hastily stood up in surprise and saluted to Han Shua. He then had Han Shua sit down and asked with a smile, my lord, why have you come? I heard from Jack that you were looking for me. Did something happen? Han Shua asked Dick after sitting down. There were only 6 people in this Dark Mantle stronghold, including Dick. However, Han Shua knew that there were definitely more than 6 Dark Mantle members in Bretel City. It was just that these people were usually scattered around Bretel City or the 7 Grand Duchies. They were usually spying on the secrets of various parties or carrying out secret missions. These people wouldn't come here unless there were special circumstances. They would only report to Dick when they obtained accurate information or completed a mission successfully. Dick originally didn't have enough manpower on his side, but after Han Shua's arrival, Candide had arranged for some members to enter Bretel City and directly serve under Han Shua. All of the secret activities of the Lancelot Empire were under Candide's sole responsibility. Although Bretel City was located in the easternmost region of the empire, it was still under Candide's control. As the most popular person at Candide's side and the current city lord of Bretel City, Han Shua had the right to control all of the Dark Mantle's personnel changes in Bretel City. Dick was naturally under Han Shua's jurisdiction. "My lord, I went to the city lord's mansion to report to you because I just received some news. It's just that you weren't at the city lord's mansion at that time. I will make sure their allied army can't unite." Han Shua laughed sinisterly as he said to Dick. Chapter 355. Sycamore Valley was located in the center of the 7 Grand Duchies. The 7 Grand Duchies would secretly meet here. Although the 7 Grand Duchies had the intention of joining forces to deal with Bretel City, none of the dukes dared to visit the other duchies due to their mutual suspicions. Therefore, the 7 Grand Dukes gathered their armies at Sycamore Valley. The majority of the troops were temporarily stationed in the plains outside the valley. The 7 Grand Dukes gathered in the valley with their elite experts. Tanai, Mount Sycamore, was covered in flowers and ancient trees. Under the warm sunlight, a simple tent was set up in the middle of the valley, next to a small stream. Within the spacious tent, the 7 Grand Dukes were secretly discussing something with their experts. The tent was densely guarded by knights. The tent was covered in layers of magical boundaries. With the 7 Grand Dukes gathered in the tent, any mishap would be a fatal blow to the 7 Grand Duchies. The 7 Grand Dukes were debating endlessly inside the tent. The main points of their argument were about the command of the Allied forces and their battle strategy, including the distribution of the spoils of war. The 7 Grand Dukes had been locked in a fierce battle before this. Even though they had gathered here for the sake of Bretel City, the anger on the battlefield had yet to subside. Naturally, the dukes who were originally enemies didn't have any good expressions on their faces. Helentina of Helen Duchy had been in an extremely irritable mood recently. She was no longer as glamorous as before, and had obviously become more haggard. The news that she'd been raped by Han Shua had inadvertently spread throughout the 7 Grand Duchies. This caused Helentina to become the target of ridicule overnight. Everyone looked at her with strange gazes, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. The Grand Duke of Narsen Duchy, Benedict Sackville, who used to be her staunch ally, had stopped communicating with her ever since he heard the news. Now that they had truly met in this place, Benedict Sackville only greeted her politely and didn't have his previous attentiveness. Helentina understood where the problem lay. However, she had indeed been captured alive by Han Shua and brought to Bretel City. She'd even been locked up for several days. This fact made it impossible for her to explain herself. The haughty Helentina had been tormented by strange gazes during this period of time. Even some citizens of the Hellen Empire felt that the impure Helentina was no longer suitable for the position of Grand Duchess. If it wasn't for Helentina's ruthless methods of killing several rebellious nobles in succession, it was likely that she wouldn't have been able to maintain her position in the Hellen Duchy. Now that they had arrived at the meeting point between the 7 duchies, Helentina had once again become the object of neglect. At this moment, Benedict Sackville was quarreling with Bavenden Duchy's Alec Ambridge. The topic of their quarrel was actually the distribution of the spoils of war. Alec Ambridge had his eyes set on the 6 magic crystal cannons worth 600,000 gold coins in Bretel City. He was determined to obtain them. These 6 magic crystal cannons had originally been purchased by Benedict Sackville from the distant Brute Merchant Alliance for Helentina through his own channels. Benedict Sackville had taken it for granted that these 6 magic crystal cannons should belong to him. He didn't back down in the slightest as he argued with Alec Ambridge. All of a sudden, Helentina, the person who'd paid 600,000 gold coins to purchase the 6 magic crystal cannons from the Brute Merchant Alliance, had been forgotten. Benedict Sackville, the modest gentleman who'd previously disregarded everything to pursue her, had now become the one who directly plundered her interests. Helentina coldly watched the dispute between the 6 Grand Dukes, feeling increasingly irritated in her heart. Unconsciously, Helentina actually thought of Han Shua. She deeply experienced Han Shua's ruthlessness. She didn't know why, but Valentina faintly felt that these 6 men who were endlessly arguing in front of her didn't seem like real men. On the contrary, the image of Bretel City's lord, whose eyes were filled with a fiendish and ruthless rage, had appeared in her mind from time to time. She always felt that the 6 Grand Dukes in front of her were no match for the ruthless city lord of Bretel City. Bretel City's population didn't even reach 100,000. Not to mention the other 6 duchies, even Helen Duchy's military strength was more than enough to compete with Bretel City. Now that the allied forces of the 7 Grand Duchies were planning to march into Bretel City, Valentina actually had the laughable thought that the allied forces would fail. Even she herself felt that this was a bit absurd. Duke Helen, what do you want from Bretel City? Randy Allard, the Grand Duke of the Bonton Duchy, leaned against Valentina and looked at the silent statue-like Valentina as he asked politely. Valentina was roused from her contemplation. She calmed her heart and thought for a while before saying softly, I only want the life of the city lord of Bretel City. However, I don't know why, but I feel that it won't be so easy for us to win. Grand Duke Helen, you must be too tired recently. With the allied forces of our 7 Grand Duchies, we easily routed the Lancelot Empire's army that had been soaring to the heavens. You want to stop our advance with just that shabby Bretel City? That's just too laughable. I think that Grand Duke Helen's courage must have been broken after being captured by that city lord, right? Alec Ambridge suddenly butted in after hearing the conversation. He didn't hide his contempt for Valentina at all as he laughed and ridiculed her. At this moment, Benedict Sackville, who was supposed to speak up for Valentina, had just been arguing with Alec Ambridge until his face was flushed with anger. But now, he suddenly turned silent and slowly nodded his head, as if agreeing with the argument of someone who had just been an enemy. Valentina only felt a chill in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her who had once said that he would take care of her for the rest of his life. She suddenly had the urge to laugh. I'm a bit tired. You guys continue your discussion. Valentina stood up wearily and said a few words to the 6 Grand Dukes. She then walked out alone. None of the 6 Grand Dukes tried to keep Valentina. After she left, Alec Ambridge said in a disdainful tone, it looks like this woman has been conquered by the new city lord's skills in bed. She can't even see the situation clearly. I really don't understand why such a fool wouldn't let go of such a woman in the first place. Who are you talking about? Benedict Sackville flew into a rage. To Benedict Sackville, the matter of him crazily chasing after Valentina had already become the greatest humiliation of his life. If anyone offended him in this regard, he would relentlessly pursue the matter. It's nothing, it's nothing. Seeing Benedict Sackville fly into a rage, Alec Ambridge, who hadn't been able to suppress him regarding the ownership of the magic crystal cannons, suddenly felt a lot more carefree in his heart. On the plains outside the valley, Valentina returned with a gloomy face inside a tent where the Helen Duchy's army was stationed. Her heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Helen, why are you unhappy again? The super-rank magical beast called Fire Phoenix had transformed into a beautiful woman dressed in red. She poured a cup of tea for Valentina in the tent and handed it to her. Sister Firewind, is a woman's body really that important? Why is it that after I returned from Bretel City, it seems like everyone is making life difficult for me? Valentina sighed softly and asked Firewind. Helen, why would you say that? That Brian didn't do anything to you. He only extorted 1,000,000 gold coins from you. Firewind looked at Valentina in astonishment and asked in puzzlement. Putting down the cup of tea that Firewind had given her, Valentina sighed again and said in annoyance, but everyone thinks that it happened. I have no way of explaining it. Who cares about those mediocre people? It's fine as long as you know in your heart that it didn't happen. Why bother so much? Firewind continued to persuade Valentina, it's just that that person is too strong. Otherwise, I would have helped you kill him long ago. Please don't. He's not someone we can handle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allied with the 7 duchies. Valentina was startled and hastily persuaded Firewind not to be impulsive. She then shook her head and smiled bitterly. Sometimes I think that maybe I really was raped by that person. Maybe he would take care of me. Unfortunately, I know that's impossible. How can you think like that? He is your greatest enemy. Not only did you extort 1,000,000 gold coins from him, but you also released such a sinister message. We must kill him, otherwise it will be difficult to wash away your innocence. Flame Phoenix said hatefully. How can you think like that? Sighing once again, Valentina helplessly said, even if I kill him, I won't be able to clear my name. Not only is this Bretel City Lord sinister enough, his strength is also extraordinarily terrifying. I don't know why, but I always feel like he's beside me. It seems that my mind is really a bit muddled. Looking at Valentina's fretful and worried face, Firewind also sighed in her heart. She really didn't know how to comfort her. Ever since returning from Bretel City, Valentina had always faced the doubts and mockery of everyone. Originally, Valentina was a goddess-like existence in Helenduchy, but now she'd become the subject of discussion among the citizens. Having been suddenly thrown down from her high position as a goddess, Valentina simply couldn't adapt to this kind of change. The smile on her face became fewer and fewer, and her entire being was tormented by worry to the point where she couldn't bear it. It's all that Brian's fault. I must help Helen kill him. Firewind thought to herself. ****** On a mound 5,000 meters away from Valentina's tent, Han Shua clearly heard the conversation in Valentina's tent through a demon. This woman still owes me 600,000 gold coins. Looking at the days, it's about time she pays me back. Han Shua muttered to himself. He turned his head and glanced in Valentina's direction, then snuck towards Sycamore Valley. A demon gradually returned from Valentina's tent and headed towards Sycamore Valley with Han Shua. When they were about to reach the central tent, Han Shua hid himself deep in the ground that the Earth Elite zombie had opened up. He only used the demon to spy on the tent in the center of the area. The Grand Dukes of the 6 Grand Duchies were all inside. They'd spared no effort in setting up the security of the tent. All kinds of magical boundaries had been set up densely. Han Shua used the demon to spy on the area for a long time, but discovered that he couldn't approach the area without making a sound. It looks like I'll have to wait for them to leave. These fellows' defenses are really tight. There are enough boundaries in the sky and on the ground, and there's the army of the 7 Grand Duchies stationed around. Even the undead army can't destroy them. They're really a bunch of cowards. Han Shua thought inwardly. He used the demon to spy on the area, but he himself remained deep underground and didn't move an inch. After about an hour and a half, the 6 dukes walked out of the tent one after another. All of them had dissatisfied expressions on their faces. It looked like the discussion this time hadn't come to a conclusion. The operation to deal with Bretel City would be delayed for another day or two. They would only be able to proceed after they'd arranged everything properly. The 6 dukes were all protected by experts. They'd brought the experts of their respective duchies here for fear of being ambushed. Every duke was protected by an expert with a powerful aura. In fact, these dukes would indeed take advantage of the opportunity to harm others. This kind of situation had happened from time to time when the 7 Grand Duchies had held some sort of conference in the past. It was precisely because of this that they'd been so careful. Han Shua hid deep underground, not in a hurry to make a move on anyone. He waited until they'd all left the valley. Only when night had fallen did he slowly move in a certain direction. That area was where Duke Alec Ambridge's army of Bavendon Duchy was stationed. In the dead of night, it was the most appropriate time for some dishonorable things to be carried out. Duke Alec Ambridge did not forget to indulge in the meeting here. In a luxurious tent in the center of the hall, Duke Alec Ambridge pressed a tall female knight on the table, and from behind, he conquered this female knight who was wearing a formal knight's armor. Only her buttocks were exposed, and it was perked up high. The female knight lay on the table, panting and moaning softly. She swayed her plump buttocks, coordinating with Grand Duke Alec Ambridge's subduing movements. Her fine black hair spread out to cover her face. There were actually 2 sinister-looking men in Alec Ambridge's tent. The two men turned a blind eye to Alec Ambridge's debauchery, indifferently gripping the long swords in their hands as they vigilantly guarded their surroundings. They were both at the level of great swordmaster. Alec Ambridge let out a loud cheer. When the pleasure spread from his lower abdomen to his entire body, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shake to a greater extent. However, Alec Ambridge didn't pay too much attention to the changes in the soles of his feet due to the brief dizziness he felt when a piercing pain came from the soles of his feet. Only then did Alec Ambridge shout in alarm. He grabbed the female knight that was still pressed down by him and dragged her towards the soles of his feet. Puff! The sharp weapon pierced through the body of the female knight who had just recovered from her orgasm. Her mithril armor, which was known for its sturdiness, was penetrated along with her body. The sharp edge of the weapon continued to stab upwards without diminishing its might. Alec Ambridge, who was scared out of his wits, felt a chill in his chest. Ignoring the tearing pain in his left foot, he limped towards the outside of the tent and shouted, "Assassin! There's an assassin!" The two sinister-looking great swordmasters in the tent had already rushed over the moment he had used the female knight as a meat shield. Two dazzling silver rays of light fell unceremoniously on the female knight who hadn't completely died yet. The silver sword rays instantly tore the female knight apart. The two rudely tossed the body of the female knight, which was riddled with holes, to the side, and cautiously looked at the dark hole below. This hole was only the size of a person's arm. It seemed that the attack had come from that arm-sized hole. Damn it, wasn't there a rock barrier underground? How could someone still be able to attack me? Alec Ambridge's left foot was badly mangled. He furrowed his brows and said, "Fortunately, I reacted in time. Otherwise, I would have died here today. That damned earth mage dared to slack off. I'm going to kill him. Your Grace, the rock barrier underground is still there. It's just that the strength of the enemy is too strong. The power of his weapon had exceeded the endurance of the rock barrier. This person is definitely not an ordinary expert. Fortunately, your Grace is fine. I wonder who it is that wants your Grace's life?" One of the sinister-looking great swordmasters said with a gloomy face. "Who else could it be? It must be that damned Benedict Sackville. I only mocked him a bit today, but he actually sent people to attack me in the middle of the night. This guy really deserves to die." Alec Ambridge shouted with a gloomy face. He then shouted towards the outside of the tent, "Priest! Damned priest! Hurry up and come over. One of my legs is about to be crippled. I've spent so many gold coins on you guys, why can't you hurry up at the most crucial moment?" While Alec Ambridge was shouting and yelling, Han Shua, who'd missed his first strike, quietly left. Even the tunnel formed by the Earth Elite zombie was blocked once again. Han Shua had tried to directly kill Alec Ambridge, but he hadn't expected that this person would be so merciless. At the most crucial moment, he'd actually used the female knight he'd just had fun with to block a fatal blow. Fortunately, Han Shua had heard Alec Ambridge's suspicions and jealousy towards Benedict Sackville through the demons as he left. Han Shua felt that his goal had been achieved, so he didn't recklessly attack again. Chapter 356. Every one of the 7 Grand Dukes was especially careful about their own safety. In the Sakamamir region, they were even more careful in protecting themselves. After leaving Alec Ambridge's place, Han Shua made a trip to Grand Duke Niam Beige of Bisley Duchy. Han Shua planned to make a move against Niam Beige, but before Han Shua could approach, he sensed a divine aura coming from Niam Beige's tent. Han Shua was incomparably familiar with this kind of divine aura. He immediately understood that someone from the Church of Light was definitely inside. From the strength of this divine aura, Han Shua knew that the person inside wasn't weak. It was most likely to be Cos of the Church of Light. Instead of making a move against Niam Beige, Han Shua had been hiding in the depths of the ground, only using a demon to spy on the area from afar. When dawn was about to break, Han Shua discovered through the demon that Cos and his party had quietly left the tent. Niam Beige himself was a Sky Knight. Among the 7 Grand Duchies, his Bisley Duchy had many temples of light of the Church of Light. He guided the citizens to believe in the God of Light and offered their pious faith to the God of Light. Now that Han Shua saw through the Yin demon that Niam Beige and Kos were close, and thought of the friendly attitude Bisley Duchy had towards the Church of Light, he faintly felt that this Niam Beige himself might be a follower of the Church of Light. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared no effort to help the Church of Light. After Kos left, there were still light magic fluctuations in Niam Beige's tent. Apart from that, there were also two faint powerful auras. Seeing that the sky was already bright, Niam Beige continued to discuss with his subordinates after Kos left. It seemed that he had no intention of sleeping. Han Shua pondered for a moment and gave up on the idea of attacking Niam Beige. On this day, the 7 Grand Duchies were discussing the matter of sending troops to Bretel City in the Sakamamir Valley. Alec Ambridge, who had been attacked earlier, dragged his left leg that was covered in bandages. He loudly cursed Benedict Sackville the moment he came over, accusing Benedict Sackville of sending people to despicably attack him last night. Benedict Sackville felt greatly wronged when he was ridiculed by Alec Ambridge yesterday, so he had a belly full of anger. Inside the tent, the two of them didn't give in and almost got into a scuffle. If the other Grand Dukes hadn't stepped in to stop them, the two of them would have fought endlessly. Even after the two of them were separated, their anger hadn't dissipated. Their eyes shone with an ominous glint as they thought of some sinister plan to deal with each other. In addition, Grand Duke Bert Zili of the Boulette Duchy was very dissatisfied with the distribution of profits. He insisted on seizing the 5 surrounding mines after attacking Bretel City. Due to Bert Zili's insistence, the Duke, who was also interested in the mine, was naturally unwilling. In the end, the day's discussion ended in discord. If this goes on, the 7 Grand Duchies will start fighting again before the war against Bretel City has even begun. I don't think these people would join forces so quickly unless they're facing imminent death. Last time, it was also because the Lancelot Empire's army had attacked right at their doorstep that they quickly joined forces. It looks like they don't care about the threat of Bretel City at all. These people only know how to quarrel all day long. What great things can they accomplish? Helentina complained to Firewind with a frown after returning to her tent. Let them quarrel. When the day comes that Bretel City really attacks, they'll know fear. Firewind and Helentina had also participated in the discussion inside the tent. They could clearly see the faces of the 7 Grand Dukes inside. Although Firewind didn't have the right to open the door and speak, she still despised the 6 fellows who only cared about fame and profit. Your Grace, Grand Duke Bert Zili of the Boulette Duchy requests an audience. While Helentina and Firewind were muttering resentfully, a guard's voice came from outside the door. What is that guy doing here? The smell on his body makes me feel very uncomfortable. Firewind frowned at Helentina after hearing the guard's report. Ask him to come in. Helentina instructed the guard outside, then said to Firewind, this person has always been a sworn enemy of the Bisley Duchy. The proposal to form an alliance against Bretel City this time was made by Niam Beige of the Bisley Duchy. I think this Bert Zili seems to have the intention of destroying the stability of the alliance. I don't know why he's looking for me. While Helentina and Firewind were talking, Grand Duke Bert Zili of the Boulette Duchy walked in with a faint smile. Bert Zili was an old summoner. However, it was rumored that he had signed a contract with the evil god. His summoning magic often summoned monsters from hell. Bert Zili's entire body gave off a faint, eerie feeling that made people tremble in fear. Even if he had a kind smile on his face, people would still feel that his smile was sinister and sinister. Firewind was a holy super-rank magical beast. She hated the smell on Bert Zili's body very much. After seeing Bert Zili come in, Firewind instinctively distanced herself from him. Grand Duke Bert, what business do you have with me? Helentina and Bert Zili's Boulette Duchy didn't have any real conflicts due to the distance between them. However, Helentina had always disliked this sinister and evil Grand Duke. On top of that, she hadn't been in a good mood recently, so she naturally didn't have a good expression on her face. Haha, I've come this time to discuss matters regarding Bretel City with Grand Duke Helen. Grand Duke Helen has stayed in Bretel City for a period of time. What do you think of Bretel City and that city lord? Bert Zeely revealed a kind smile as he spoke to Helentina in a friendly manner. Helentina's face turned cold as she said, Grand Duke Bert came here just to mock me? No, no. Bert Zeely hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that Helentina shouldn't misunderstand. He then explained, as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. Among us 7 Grand Duchies, Grand Duke Helen should be the most familiar with Bretel City. I want to hear Grand Duke Helen's opinion on Bretel City and that city lord. Helentina let out a soft snort and said in a low voice with a straight face, I'm not very familiar with Bretel City, but I know that City Lord Brian is absolutely not someone an ordinary person can deal with. Perhaps you haven't seen him in person, but I know that he single-handedly repelled Red Archbishop Koss of the Church of Light and a few Temple Knights. This person is vicious and merciless. Once he's set his mind on something, he'll do it by hook or by crook. Whether you believe it or not, I feel that this person isn't easy to deal with. If the Allied forces continue to waste time like this, I think it will only give Bretel City more time to prepare. Haha, it looks like this person is very much to my liking. Interesting, interesting. Bert Zeely said with a sinister smile. He then stared at Helentina and said, Grand Duke Helen, I wonder what you intend to do with regards to the operation against Bretel City this time. Are you interested in forming a secret alliance with me? I'm sorry, I'm not interested at the moment. Helentina tactfully declined and replied in a lukewarm manner. Nodding, Bert Zeely let out a strange laugh and didn't say anything else. He said, you can think about it. I'm very interested in cooperating with your Helen Duchy. Alright, I'm sorry for bothering you today. Alright, then I won't send you off. Helentina said. After Bert Zeely left, Helentina said with a strange expression, how strange. Did this person come all the way here just to ask about that city Lord Brian? I feel like there's something wrong with him. Who cares about him? I've discovered that my entire body feels uncomfortable with him being in the tent. I really want to burn him to death. Fire Phoenix frowned as she spoke to Helentina. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After Bert Zeely left Helentina's area, he directly returned to his own tent. Inside, a familiar figure to Han Shua was lazily lying on a large sea mink fur bed in the middle of the tent. He gracefully smiled at Bert Zeely as he walked in and asked, how was it? That little girl doesn't seem to know anything, but it doesn't matter. This won't affect our plan. Wolf, do you really think that person can bring us any benefits? Bert Zeely shot a glance at Wolf lying on his bed and asked in a sinister manner. After the Calamity Church's necromancer Wolf had been rejuvenated by Han Shua's skeletal staff, he had turned into a handsome and elegant youth. His skin was even fairer than a woman's, and the sharp claws that had been formed from old Fey demons had long since disappeared, replaced by a pair of slender and beautiful hands. Slowly sitting up on the large sea mink fur bed, Wolf chuckled and said, old friend, that Brian's strength is beyond your imagination. He also has the skeletal staff in his hands. The higher-ups have already given the order to not let anything happen to him no matter what. All we need to do is to support him as much as possible. Bert Zeely furrowed his brows and said to Wolf, could it be that the Pope values him so much just because he's the master of the skeletal staff? We might as well seize his skeletal staff and let you absorb all of his memories. Wouldn't that be more convenient and less troublesome? Shaking his head, the necromancer Grand Magus Wolf, who had lived for who knew how many years, smiled and explained, it's not that easy. Koss personally led 300 Templars but still couldn't take him down. Both times, they were seriously injured and forced to retreat. Do you think we can easily capture him? Besides, he's already an Archmage necromancer. Oh, no, I think his mental strength shouldn't be at the Archmage realm. The skeletal staff is related to the secrets of the Holy Land. What we need to do is to absorb him into the church at all costs. In addition, we can build a good relationship with him. I can guarantee that this will be very beneficial to us. Alright then. All these years, your decisions have always been correct. I will act according to the plan. I just hope that he won't disappoint us. Bert Zeely replied. While Bert Zeely was conversing with Archmagus Necromancer Wolf inside the tent, Han Shua, who had followed behind Een Demon, could clearly sense the evil aura emanating from Wolf inside the tent. Bert Zeely's Bullet Duchy and Niam Beja's Bisley Duchy, who believed in the God of Light, had been fighting fiercely for so many years. They had never reconciled. Originally, Han Shua didn't know what was going on. Now that he sensed Wolf's aura inside the tent, he immediately understood. It seemed that Grand Duke Niam Beja of Bisley Duchy was a member of the Church of Light, while Grand Duke Bert Zeely of Bullet Duchy was a member of the Calamity Church. The two most powerful churches on the continent had been fighting openly and covertly for so many years. It seemed that it wasn't just a small-scale battle. So it turned out that they were secretly controlling the war between duchies. Wolf had previously obtained his youthful appearance from the power of the skeletal staff. From their previous conversation, Han Shua understood that Wolf seemed to care a lot about him. He was actually willing to protect Han Shua at all costs. This made Han Shua understand that it must be because of the skeletal staff. Inside the tent, there were two sinister high-ranking members of the Calamity Church. Han Shua didn't know what kind of sinister scheme they were plotting. He was unable to get close enough to listen to the contents of their conversation. After finding out that Bert Zeely was a member of the Calamity Church, Han Shua gave up on the idea of attacking Bert Zeely. However, he also didn't plan to show himself and discuss in detail with them. He once again left quietly. After leaving the tent, Han Shua set his sights on Grand Duke Algi Kirance of Etman Duchy. Like the other places, the area where Algi Kirance was at was also abnormally heavily guarded. Han Shua weighed his surroundings and discovered that the sky and earth were all sealed by magic. He knew that the chances of killing him in one blow were slim. Damn it, the seven dukes are really more afraid of death than the other. It seems that they really don't trust each other at all. They even brought so many experts for a lousy meeting. Han Shua cursed in a low voice. However, since he had come, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Han Shua pondered for a moment. Een Demon patrolled the surroundings. Suddenly, Han Shua discovered that other than Algi Kirance's own tent that was incomparably heavily guarded, the tents of the other high-ranking generals didn't have any experts guarding them. Hardening his heart, Han Shua didn't make a move against Algi Kirance. Instead, he set his sights on Algi Kirance's subordinates. These people's tents were usually only guarded by a few guards. Naturally, they weren't as well guarded as Algi Kirance's. Using the Earth Elite Zombies' underground abilities, Han Shua stealthily snuck into the tents of those people. Han Shua, who was in the separate demon realm, concealed his presence and soundlessly killed 6 of Algi Kirance's high-ranking generals. After leaving Algi Kirance's tent, Han Shua made another trip to Grand Duke Randy Alad's territory. Following the same method he used on Algi, he assassinated another 4 high-ranking generals before leaving quietly. After making a big detour, Han Shua went to Alec Ambridge's tent and similarly killed 3 high-ranking generals. It was also on this night that Benedict Sackville of Narsen Duchy was ambushed. His tent was set ablaze. Benedict Sackville managed to escape in time to save his life, but his hair and eyebrows were all burnt to a crisp. In the span of one night, apart from Helentina of Helen Duchy, Bert Zeely of Bullet Duchy, and Niam Beja of Bisley Duchy, the armies of the other 4 Grand Duchies all met with major incidents. All of a sudden, the nature of the gathering at Sakamamir to discuss a joint operation to deal with Bretel City had completely changed. The 4 Grand Duchies that had been ambushed were suspicious of the duchies that had grudges against them in the past. Each and every one of them was furious. Among them, Benedict Sackville's heart was as clear as snow. He was already certain that Alec Ambridge of Bavenden Duchy had made a move against him last night. Alec Ambridge also believed that the death of his generals was related to Benedict. This time, the two of them didn't start a fight in Sakamamir Valley without a care for their manners. Instead, both of them had gloomy faces as they silently stared at each other with hatred, constantly thinking of ways to retaliate. The other two grand duchies that had been ambushed were also filled with righteous indignation. They targeted their former enemies. Helen, Bullet, and Bisley duchies, which had been safe and sound last night, were the first to be suspected. The originally unstable alliance had long since changed in the dark. During the day, the 7 grand duchies would get to the bottom of this matter and investigate who was responsible for it. At night, they would each send out assassins to roam about, fighting to the death. For 3 days in a row, Han Shuo didn't continue to make a move. The 7 grand duchies' grudges, old and new, surged up together. Some masked men in black robes roamed about everywhere. Strange shadows often flashed on the ground and in the sky. From time to time, mournful screams could be heard from the area where the 7 grand duchies were stationed. This meant that someone had been secretly killed. Han Shuo had originally planned to take advantage of this opportunity to make a move, but he suddenly discovered that he simply didn't have the opportunity to do so. This was because there were too many men in black robes roaming about at night. Han Shuo didn't even have enough demon to deal with them. He didn't know which duchy these people had come from. In any case, the situation was gradually becoming chaotic. The 7 grand dukes are indeed a bunch of rabid dogs. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh as he couldn't get involved. Chapter 357. Chaos. The situation was completely chaotic. The 7 grand dukes had originally gathered in Sakamamir Valley in order to deal with Bretel City. For some reason, old and new enmity had erupted at the same time, causing them to fight amongst themselves. In the beginning, they only acted stealthily at night, assassinating hostile countries. But later on, the 7 grand dukes had lost their minds due to anger and started to mobilize the troops in their hands. What should have been a joint meeting had instead turned into a battlefield. What the hell is going on here? Red Archbishop Kos asked Niam Beige with a headache inside the tent of Grand Duke Niam Beige, who believed in the God of Light. Niam Beige was also having a headache. He said to Kos with a wry smile, "The 7 grand duchies have accumulated too much hatred for so many years. A small fuse can ignite a big fire. I'm also powerless. Sigh, it looks like we really can't count on these people." "Oh, right. Do you think Bert Zili of Bullet Duchy is behind this? He's from the Calamity Church. I think he definitely wouldn't want something to happen to that city Lord Brian." Kos asked Niam Beige. "I don't know, but it's also possible. But the current situation is a mess, and it's already out of my control. It looks like this plan will have to be changed." Niam Beige sighed and said to Red Archbishop Kos, "Forget it, I'll think of another way." Kos said helplessly. On the plains near Sakamamir Valley, the 7 grand dukes that originally had enmity with each other suddenly changed from secret assassinations to open battles. Han Shuo, the mastermind behind the scenes who'd thrown a small stone, hadn't expected the hatred between the 7 grand dukes to be so deep. Seeing that the surroundings of Sakamamir Valley had turned into a battlefield, Han Shuo no longer paid attention to the situation here. Instead, he chased after Helentina, who'd returned from Helen Duchy. Among the 7 grand dukes, Helentina was the first to be disheartened. From the moment the battle started, she immediately understood that the alliance had fallen through. Helen Duchy had just gone through a civil war and was at its weakest. Helentina wisely chose to immediately withdraw from Sakamamir Valley and return to her duchy. After marching for 2 days, Helentina ordered the army to camp on a small mountain, Tunai. After arranging guards to guard the surroundings, Helentina and Firewind went to a hot spring to bathe. "Looks like they'll only let go of their prejudices when they're at death's door," Helentina said angrily to Firewind as she lazily lay in the hot spring. The Fire Phoenix returned to her original form and cleaned her beautiful feathers by the hot spring. She spoke in the human language, "Don't worry about them. Let them reap what they sow. If this situation continues, they might not be able to defeat that ruthless city lord. Right, I still owe Bretel City 600,000 gold coins. Sigh, this demon, what should I do? Valentina said to Fire Phoenix with a worried expression. Let's drag it out a little longer. Right now, the duchy has just gone through a civil war, and all the wealth is concentrated in the hands of the nobles. If we give him 600,000 gold coins from the national treasury, I'm afraid the Helen Duchy will truly fall into a predicament. Fire Phoenix was also extremely helpless as she tried to persuade Valentina. But that demon, he's not a magnanimous person. If we drag this out, I'm afraid he'll harm us. Valentina knew that Han Shuo was not a kind person, and she understood how terrifying Han Shuo's strength was. She was really worried that Han Shuo would attack them. As Valentina and the Fire Phoenix were talking, a faint ripple suddenly came from the outside. A figure, like a ghost in the dark night, silently appeared on the other side of the hot spring, quietly standing on a protruding rock. Hee, it seems like you understand me very well. I really feel very honored. That's right, I, the demon, have come to collect money today. Pay me back. The shadow in the dark night suddenly opened his mouth. Valentina, who'd been soaking in the hot spring water, suddenly screamed. She'd hated this familiar voice for so long. Even if she couldn't see the figure in the distance, Valentina knew that Han Shuo had arrived. As she screamed, Valentina's smooth and sparkling shoulders hastily submerged into the warm spring water, afraid that Han Shuo would see her white, naked skin. The Fire Phoenix, who was currently cleaning her fiery red feathers, let out a sharp cry and spread its wings, rushing towards Han Shuo. The Fire Phoenix hadn't even gotten close to Han Shuo when a surge of flames flashed towards Han Shuo. However, before the Fire Phoenix's flames could land on Han Shuo, the hot spring water in front of him suddenly gathered into a water curtain under the control of Han Shuo's demonic arts. It swept back towards the Fire Phoenix and the ball of flames she'd shot out. The hot spring water formed a water curtain, instantly extinguishing the Fire Phoenix's flames and sending the Fire Phoenix into the hot spring, turning her into a drenched phoenix. Without waiting for the enraged Fire Phoenix to rise up and attack, Han Shuo immediately laughed strangely. If you're worried about the lives of your subordinates, don't be in a hurry to make a move. As soon as these words were said, the Fire Phoenix, who'd been flapping her wings in the hot spring and was about to continue attacking Han Shuo, was stopped by Valentina's scream, "Sister Phoenix, don't." The Fire Phoenix immediately stopped and flapped her wings, flying out of the hot spring. She landed next to Valentina, who was completely curled up in the water. She then angrily said to Han Shuo, "What did you do to those people?" Valentina was a woman, so the guards around her were also women. Although the strength of those female guards wasn't bad, Valentina knew that Han Shuo's strength was even more terrifying. When she heard Han Shuo's words, she was worried about the lives of her subordinates, and she also knew that the Fire Phoenix wasn't Han Shuo's match, so she stopped the Fire Phoenix. "It's nothing, let's get down to business." Han Shuo looked at Valentina, who was curled up in the hot spring, and first smiled. "Grand Duchess Helen's skin is quite good, hee. However, shouldn't you return the gold you owe me?" You demon, close your thieving eyes." Valentina shrieked, "I don't have that much gold right now, I'll return it to you after a while." "Don't worry, I won't renege on my debt." The Fire Phoenix and Valentina were both proficient in fire, so Han Shuo chose to appear in this hot spring. With this hot spring, normal fire magic wouldn't have any effect. Now that he heard Valentina say this, Han Shuo smiled. "Grand Duchess Helen, lying isn't a good habit. I've already been here for a while and heard your conversation with my own ears. I think you should return the 600,000 gold coins to me first." You've been here for a long time." Valentina was startled, and then cried out involuntarily, "Then, you've seen my bathing body. You despicable demon, you'll get your retribution sooner or later." Let's not talk about this. Cut the crap and return the money, or else I'm going into the water." At first, Han Shuo was a bit embarrassed. To be honest, he had indeed seen Valentina's body through the Yin demon, and during the process, Han Shuo even had a physiological reaction. Now that he heard Valentina yell, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Helentina was so angry that her whole body was trembling. When the fire phoenix heard Han Shua's unreasonable words, if it weren't for the rational Helentina holding her down, she would have probably charged at Han Shua with all her might. If you want to come down, then come down. Since you've released such a malicious news, no one will want me anyway. Just kill me while you can, and I won't return the gold coins to you now. Helentina was about to go crazy from Han Shua's torment. At this time, anger had rushed to her head, and she shouted at Han Shua without a care for her manners. As soon as these words left her mouth, she felt all the grievances she had been suppressing for so long burst forth like a mountain torrent. She actually stood up straight in the hot spring and revealed her perfect body in front of Han Shua. She continued to shout at Han Shua, "Look, if you want to look then look. You might as well just kill me. Haven't you tortured me enough? Just how many more malicious tricks do you have? Bring them all out." Once a woman went crazy, they were completely unreasonable. The current Helentina was a true portrayal of this. Ever since she'd returned to Bretel City, she'd suddenly discovered that the entire world had changed. Everything was because of Han Shua's appearance, which had completely messed up her original life. The gazes of admiration that had originally been directed at her had all turned into contempt and disdain. Even the originally loyal and devoted citizens now treated her as an unclean person, believing that a woman who'd been raped wasn't worthy of being the Grand Duke of their Helen Duchy. Helentina, who'd always been proud and arrogant, had endured too many grievances and helplessness during this period of time. Now, the culprit who'd caused all of this was right in front of her, still overbearing and unrelenting in wanting to put her to death. Helentina couldn't beat him in a fight, nor could she escape. She simply had no way of dealing with Han Shua, and she also had to worry that Han Shua would make a move to take her and the Fire Phoenix's lives. Finally, her rationality collapsed. Faced with this lineup, Han Shua himself was a bit stunned. His eyes roamed over Helentina's alluring and perfect body, taking a few more glances at her plump peaks and the fragrant grassland with sparkling water droplets hanging from her lower abdomen. He secretly swallowed his saliva, then looked at Helentina's fearless appearance. He really didn't know what to do for a moment. "I only want you to pay me back. Don't seek death so easily. There's only hope if you're alive. I'm not trying to kill you." Han Shua looked Helentina's entire body from top to bottom, then looked her in the eyes and said with a dry smile, "Because of your appearance, my life no longer has any hope." Helentina yelled hatefully, glaring angrily at Han Shua. "I can't take it anymore, Helen, don't stop me, I'm going to fight it out with him." The Fire Phoenix raised its head and let out a shrill cry, breaking free of Helentina's obstruction. Flames surged all over its body, and it charged at Han Shua without a care for anything else. Seeing the Fire Phoenix charge over, Han Shua pressed his hand against the hot spring's surface and circulated his magical yuan. Curtains of water rose from the hot spring, sweeping towards the Fire Phoenix. The furious Fire Phoenix was swept away by 5 or 6 curtains of water, and was once again swept into the hot spring. Han Shua chuckled oddly and charged towards the Fire Phoenix, saying proudly, "Luckily I chose this place, or else things would have been a bit difficult. No, I beg you, don't kill Sister Firewind. Demon, I'll give you the gold coins." Helentina cried out as she saw Han Shua step through the air towards the Fire Phoenix. Han Shua had only planned on capturing the Fire Phoenix, but he hadn't thought that Helentina would care about her so much. He happily smiled and said, "Very good, I won't kill her. Return the gold coins to me. Helen, don't give it to him. If you give him the gold coins, Helen Duchy will really lose control." The Fire Phoenix, who had been flapping her wings and preparing to fly out of the hot spring, suddenly shrieked. Han Shua was just about to tell the Fire Phoenix to shut up when he suddenly sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching. He furrowed his brows and ordered the demons in the distance to patrol the area. Han Shua suddenly said with a calm face, "I'm afraid that your Helen Duchy won't be able to control it now." Helentina was frightened when she heard these words. She stared at Han Shua and asked, "What do you mean?" "Someone's coming, and one of them is a high-ranking officer in your army. I think that person must be someone from your Helen Duchy. It looks like you're in trouble, Han Shua said as he looked at Helentina. Helentina and the Fire Phoenix glanced at each other. Helentina seemed to suddenly regain her reason in the face of such a crisis. She went ashore with her back facing Han Shua and put on her clothes. On the other side, the Fire Phoenix had also returned to Helentina's side from the hot spring. When Helentina put on her bright red magic robe and faced Han Shua, her entire body radiated brilliance after bathing, giving Han Shua a breathtaking feeling. "Demon, what happened to my guards?" Helentina hastily asked as she faced Han Shua. "They're fine, they're all on the outskirts. I only went past them to enter. I set up a soundproof boundary around you, but they can't stop those people. I'm sure of it." The majority of the female guards were mid to high-level swordsmen and knights. There were a total of 27 of them, and they were 300 meters away from the hot spring where Helentina was. These female guards were practically useless to Han Shua, who could fly through the air and burrow into the ground. Han Shua didn't make a move against them at all as he silently entered the hot spring without alerting any of the female guards. "Protect the Duke and the others." Suddenly, the sounds of fighting came from the surroundings of the hot spring, along with the panicked voices of the female guards. As soon as the sounds came from outside, Han Shua immediately understood that the soundproof boundary must have been broken. Then, even more intense sounds of fighting rapidly approached. 3 female guards rushed over with panicked expressions. The middle-aged woman who was leading them anxiously shouted, "Lord Duke, Ferodias has betrayed us. He's bringing people to attack us. We can't stop them, Lord Duke, quickly escape." At this time, Helentina and the Fire Phoenix were already standing together with the 3 female guards. Helentina even took out her magic staff and asked in a slightly panicked manner, "How much longer will it take for them to attack?" "Hee, aren't they already here?" A complacent middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. Then, an armored earth knight riding a warhorse, 30 knights, and 6 mages suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man in the lead had long brown hair and a rather robust appearance. He should be the Ferodias that middle-aged woman had mentioned. As soon as he appeared, he brought his men and directly rushed in front of Helentina. First, he respectfully saluted with the etiquette of a knight, then smiled and said, "Lord Duke, you've already been surrounded. The troops of Helen Duchy no longer need you. You should just give up and be captured." Helentina's charming face was filled with anger as she angrily pointed at Ferodias and said, "I didn't think that you would actually betray me. When you were still a commoner, I was the one who allowed you to enter my night guards. From a commoner to your current position of count, I gave you all of this, yet you actually betrayed me." Shaking his head, Ferodias said, "It wasn't me who betrayed you, it was your people who betrayed you. I'm just following the will of the people. Lord Duke, don't resist anymore, otherwise you'll see even worse things." Raising the magic staff in her hand, Helentina indignantly said, "I won't let you get what you want." As she said this, Helentina planned on chanting a magic incantation to burn all the traitors in front of her to death. However, before Helentina could finish chanting the incantation, the middle-aged female guard beside her suddenly raised her hand and shook out a large net that flickered with a gray luster, trapping both Helentina and the Fire Phoenix within. Having finished chanting the magic incantation, Helentina suddenly discovered that fire magic had no effect at all. The large gray net above her head had already imprisoned her magic. "Aunt Ellie, even you betrayed me." Helentina's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. She looked at the aunt who had taken care of her since she was a child with a face full of despair. The middle-aged woman indifferently retreated a few steps and coldly said, "Helen, just accept your fate." "Hee, Lord Duke, I told you that if you resisted, you'd see an even more embarrassing scene. Why didn't you believe me?" After pausing for a moment, Ferodias smiled and brought even more despair to Helentina. He said, "I'll imprison you and hand you over to Grand Duke Benedict Sackville. Even if your body is already impure, Benedict Sackville is still willing to pay 50,000 gold coins for you." However, in the hands of Grand Duke Benedict Sackville, I'm afraid that you'll no longer be the goddess in his heart, but a slave girl at his feet. Huh. Everyone, you seem to have forgotten my existence. At this moment, Han Shua courteously smiled at the traitors surrounding Helentina. Chapter 358. It wasn't until Han Shua opened his mouth that Herodias and the others turned their attention to this existence that they had originally ignored. In their eyes, the young Han Shua was nothing to be afraid of, so they naturally didn't take him to heart. Who are you? Herodias looked at Han Shua in displeasure and frowned, but no matter who you are, since you've come here, consider yourself unlucky. Herodias waved his hand and said to a knight beside him, "Get rid of him." With these words, a knight rushed out from behind Herodias, heading straight for Han Shua, who was next to the hot spring. More than a dozen arrows were aimed at Helentina and the Fire Phoenix, who had their magic shackled. The other 3 female guards that had been leaning towards Helentina all aimed their weapons at the two as well. As a super-rank magical beast, the Fire Phoenix could raise a storm even if she didn't use magic. However, Helentina's body was weak, and with so many attacks aimed at her, the Fire Phoenix had some misgivings and didn't dare to make a move. It was this moment of carelessness that allowed a magic-slaying arrow to hit the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix suddenly felt her body slowly weaken after being hit by the magic-slaying arrow. She could no longer muster up any strength. Crap, the arrow is poisoned. The Fire Phoenix tugged at the corner of Helentina's clothes as she felt her strength gradually disappear. Her gaze fell on the calm Han Shua. Helentina, who had originally been filled with despair, suddenly felt hope reignite when she heard Han Shua's voice. Her mind quickly turned, and she sweetly shouted to Han Shua, "Brian, help me kill them." Helentina had never been kind to Han Shua before, but her sweet voice sounded like she was acting like a spoiled child to her lover, startling Han Shua. He glanced at Helentina with a smile that wasn't a smile and teased, "My dear, don't worry. You still owe me so many gold coins. How could I bear to let others capture you?" Helentina couldn't help but blush when she heard Han Shua's words. She sighed inwardly, thinking that she hadn't expected to yield to this demon for the sake of survival. However, Han Shua's teasing, "darling," caused a ripple in Helentina's heart. Although Helentina knew that Han Shua was just teasing her, she didn't know why, but she had an unusual feeling in her heart. The redness on her cheeks didn't seem to be an act. This feeling made Helentina very uncomfortable, and she didn't know how to reply for a moment. As for the adept knight charging over on his warhorse, Han Shua didn't even look at him from beginning to end. He waited until the knight was right in front of him before casually shooting out a ball of purple flames that resembled a long snake, enveloping the adept knight and his horse. As the advanced knight and his warhorse rushed over, their bodies burned with purple flames. The advanced knight and his warhorse slowed down bit by bit, their bodies emitting a chilling aura. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the advanced knight and his warhorse froze. By the time the knight and his horse arrived in front of Han Shua, both the knight and his horse had been frozen into a sparkling and translucent ice sculpture. Han Shua casually pushed his hand, and the man and horse that had been turned into ice fell to the ground with a loud bang. The pieces of flesh were frozen stiff and emitted a cold air. When Herodias saw one of his subordinates' elite knights die in such a strange manner, his gaze towards Han Shua was completely different. He solemnly said to Han Shua, "Just who are you? The matters of our Helen Duchy have nothing to do with you. As long as you leave now, I won't pursue this matter any further." The strength Han Shua had displayed caused Herodias to feel apprehensive. From start to finish, Han Shua didn't seem to have used any strength. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in his own courtyard. However, the sudden and tragic death of a senior knight immediately caused Herodias to feel that Han Shua was somewhat unfathomable. "Don't you have eyes and ears? Did you not hear what I just said? Hee, your Grand Duchess Helen is my woman. Do you think I'll leave so easily?" Han Shua unhappily berated Herodias. Afterwards, his gaze was fixed on Helentina as he spoke. It was obvious that he didn't care about Herodias at all. Humph, since you're courting death, then don't blame us. When Ferodius saw that Han Shuo was determined to intervene, he coldly snorted and ordered the mages behind him. The mages slowly spread out, ready to cooperate with him at any time. Helentina's heart was filled with humiliation when she felt Han Shuo's gaze on her. She understood that Han Shuo was making fun of her, but when Han Shuo said that she was his woman, an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Perhaps, being his woman isn't that bad? This thought suddenly appeared in Helen's mind, but she immediately suppressed it. No. He's the main culprit who made me a laughingstock. I should kill him at all costs. How can I have such an absurd thought? Han Shuo leisurely walked towards Helentina. His tone became even more gentle as he said, "How can I let you be tied up? Moreover, you're worth far more than 50,000 gold coins. Isn't that right, Helen? Don't come over. If you dare come over, we'll kill her." The middle-aged female guard pointed a dagger at Helentina. When she saw Han Shuo approach, she suddenly screamed in panic. Glancing at the middle-aged woman, Han Shuo sighed and said, "She's worth 50,000 gold coins. Do you dare to make a move? Besides, you won't have the chance to make a move." As soon as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled, and a few earth spikes suddenly burst out from the ground, piercing through the 3 female guards, including the middle-aged woman, as well as the traitors who were guarding them. They were all hanging on the earth spikes just like that. Ferodia's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Han Shuo. He looked at the ground beneath his feet with lingering fear, fearing that there would be a spike that would nail him to death. Ferodius clearly hadn't seen Han Shuo chant any magic incantations, yet the earth spikes had suddenly killed several of his subordinates. This stunned Ferodius once again. Helentina and Fire Phoenix, who were trapped within the magical net of imprisonment, were naturally safe and sound. They watched as Han Shuo easily walked in front of them and listened to Han Shuo say with a smile, "How about it? I've helped you take care of these people. You just have to return the gold coins to me and I won't charge you extra. That's generous enough, right?" Helentina stared blankly at the gentle expression on Han Shuo's face and listened to Han Shuo's soft voice. She suddenly had a strange illusion. At this moment, Han Shuo's figure overlapped with that of Benedict Sackville, who had always courteously pursued her. That kind of modest gentleness caused her to fall into a trance. "Helen, what's wrong?" Fire Phoenix tugged at Helentina, who was staring blankly at Han Shuo, and asked anxiously. Helentina, who was suddenly roused, suddenly saw that Ferodia's men were gradually approaching. Several mages had already started chanting magic incantations. She couldn't help but snort and say, "Even if you don't kill them, they will still kill you. I'm not interested in this deal." Han Shuo was stunned when he heard these words. Soon after, he spread his hands and said to Ferodius, "All right, there's nothing else for me to do. You guys can continue. I'll be leaving first. Actually, I'm not familiar with Grand Duchess Helen. I was only joking with everyone." Ferodius, who had been prepared to kill them, was startled by Han Shuo's words. He hastily stopped the mages from casting their spells and said to Han Shuo, "All right, I don't want to be your enemy either. As long as you leave, I'll pretend that this never happened. All right, you guys can continue. Goodbye." Han Shuo smiled in a carefree manner. It seemed that he intended to leave. "Demon, I promise you, I promise you. You damned demon, don't leave." Helentina panicked and hastily screamed. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't waste my time." Han Shuo's figure stopped. He once again spread his hands and said to Ferodius, "Sorry, but you're done for. Damn it, you played me. Kill him for me." Ferodius had just witnessed Han Shuo's strength and originally didn't plan on provoking him. He didn't expect that Han Shuo would go back on his words and obviously play with him. Ferodius couldn't control the anger in his heart any longer and suddenly shouted. The mages who had long since disliked Han Shuo started chanting the magic incantations that had been forcefully interrupted when they heard Ferodius' order to kill. So what if I played you? Trash like you are only fit for me to play with. Han Shuo said with a smile. He calmly took out the skeletal staff and started chanting a lengthy magic incantation. Rows of undead creatures suddenly appeared around Herodias under Han Shuo's continuous magic incantations. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 undead creatures had appeared. A group of gargoyles howled as they flew towards the mages who were still chanting. The mages were so frightened that they once again stopped their incantations and began to dodge in panic. You, who are you? When several hundred undead creatures surrounded Herodias, with 3 powerful evil knights among them, Herodias could no longer suppress the shock in his heart and cried out to Han Shuo. Han Shuo shrugged and said, "You're about to die, why are you asking so many questions?" Brian, you're the new city lord of Bretel City, Brian." One of the mages suddenly cried out in alarm. He had obviously heard Helentina call Han Shuo at the beginning and couldn't help but cry out. "That's right, perhaps you can rest in peace this time." Han Shuo replied with a smile. He waved the skeletal staff and the enormous undead creatures instantly submerged the mages. The strongest among the mages was the Earth Knight Herodias. Han Shuo didn't even put a few small mages in his eyes. When faced with the attack of the enormous undead creatures, their fates could be imagined. Sure enough, the mages were annoyed by the gargoyles and couldn't deal any damage to the several hundred undead creatures with their scattered spells. Although Herodias' strength could be considered passable, one evil knight was enough to make him have no chance of victory. When he was surrounded by 3 evil knights at the same time, he was destined to die a miserable death from the start. Mournful wails rang out from among Herodias and the others. Under the attack of the undead army, the previously arrogant group was torn to shreds one by one. The terrifying sounds made one's scalp go numb. However, Helentina, who had been betrayed by them, felt a kind of carefree feeling when she heard the blood-curdling screams. Helentina felt that she had treated them well, but she never imagined that these people would betray her. If it wasn't for Han Shuo being present at this time, Helentina would have been hard-pressed to escape the fate of being sold to Benedict Sackville as a slave. If it was an ordinary person who had rebelled, Helentina would have been able to accept it. However, the heartless betrayal of the people she had treated with sincerity made her hatred for them even deeper. Listening to their mournful wails, Helentina gnashed her teeth and shouted, "Serves you right. Traitors, this is the treatment you deserve. Hey, Miss Helen, they're already finished. Shouldn't you pay me back the gold coins you owe me?" Han Shuo walked in front of Helentina with a smile and courteously helped her remove the large net that was imprisoning her. He conveniently stored it in his space ring and continued to press for the debt. Are you done yet?" Helentina didn't know why, but she felt a bellyful of anger when she saw Han Shuo's smiling face. She couldn't help but shout at Han Shuo. Han Shuo was surprised and said, "What? You want to renege on your debt? Heh, you should know that even though they're dead, I can still easily kill you. At the very least, I can still exchange you for 50,000 gold coins from Benedict Sackville. You dare?" Helentina glared at Han Shuo with hatred. After a moment of silence, she seemed to have made up her mind and took a deep breath. "Brian, I have a suggestion." "What suggestion? Tell me." Han Shuo asked. "Marry me, and the dowry will be the Helen Duchy. What do you think?" Helentina's bright eyes looked deeply at Han Shuo as she blushed with shame. Chapter 359. Helen, are you crazy? How can you have such a crazy idea? Fire Phoenix, who had just been freed from the magic net, shrieked as she looked at Helentina in disbelief. "I'm not crazy, Sister Helen. This is a way to restore stability to Helen Duchy, and also to stop others from looking at me with strange gazes. Only by marrying me can the impurity on my body be washed away, and only his words can others believe." Helentina sighed and explained to Fire Phoenix very helplessly. Regarding the matter of Helentina being raped by Han Shuo, as long as one of the parties involved, Han Shuo, could stand up and tell the truth, as long as a portion of the people believed that she wasn't impure, even if there was still a portion that didn't believe the truth of the matter, it would make up for it once he married Helentina. At the very least, the people of Helen Duchy wouldn't continue to oppose him regardless of the consequences. But, you have to know that he is the city lord of Bretel City. The people of Helen Duchy have always treated Bretel City as a hunting ground. I'm afraid they won't be able to accept this fact either. Fire Phoenix tried to persuade Helentina not to be foolish. It doesn't matter, they will accept it little by little. I understand them. The people are the easiest to fool and the easiest to settle down. As long as we eliminate the rebellious nobles, the people won't be threatened by food and clothing. They will be very obedient. Helentina said stubbornly, a cold light flashing in her charming eyes. She seemed to be thinking about how to get rid of the rebels one by one. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Han Shua stared blankly at Helentina. Helentina's proposal was very tempting to Han Shua. Behind her was the Helen Duchy. Han Shua also fully believed that as long as Helentina married him, he would definitely be able to use Helentina's hands to tame the Helen Duchy into obedience. In terms of absolute benefits, this was a business that would definitely be profitable no matter how one looked at it. The only thing that worried Han Shua was that once this matter was leaked out, the other three women wouldn't let it go. This was a difficult problem. What's the matter? No matter how you look at it, an ambitious and ruthless character like you wouldn't refuse this proposal, right? Helentina's bright eyes stared at Han Shua as if she was discussing a business deal. Her previous shyness was no longer present on her face. Actually, I already have a woman. Han Shua scratched his head and explained to Helentina. What woman? Could it be that she's more valuable than the Helen Duchy? Helentina didn't find it strange. It would be strange if a person like Han Shua didn't have a woman by his side. However, Helentina believed in her own worth. The Helen Duchy behind her was enough to make Han Shua accept her. Feelings can't be measured by value. Han Shua answered Helentina, his mind spinning at lightning speed. After a while, he smiled faintly and said to Helentina, right now, you have a powerful enemy outside of the Helen Duchy and internal turmoil. As a Grand Duke, you can't even protect yourself. Your dowry isn't very reliable. Humph. I'll marry you and give you the Helen Duchy as a dowry. Of course, there are conditions. The condition is that you help me stabilize the Helen Duchy. In addition, even if I marry you, the Helen Duchy will still be under my management. Helentina answered as if it was a matter of course. The reason why she made this decision was partly for her own sake, and partly because she had taken a fancy to Han Shua's strength. Otherwise, even if Han Shua really did rape her, an incompetent man was definitely not someone a woman like her would consider. If that's the case, then you still need my help to obtain the Helen Duchy. It's not like you're going to directly hand over the Helen Duchy as a dowry, right? Han Shua looked at Helentina with a smile that was not a smile as he spoke neither quickly nor slowly. Hearing Han Shua's words, Helentina was furious. She glared at Han Shua and said, "You demon, you still dare to bargain with me on this matter? After I marry you, my entire body will be yours. Naturally, the Helen Duchy will also be yours. If you don't want to, then forget it. Don't tell me that I can't live without you." When it came to matters of marriage, Helentina had already put down her self-esteem and negotiated with Han Shua with a low attitude. For someone as arrogant as Helentina, pretending to be calm while discussing this topic with him still made her blush with shame. She didn't expect that Han Shua would have a politician's face and haggle with her in this aspect. This made Helentina feel humiliated and couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Don't be agitated, don't be agitated." Han Shua hurriedly persuaded her, then said in a serious tone, "First of all, the status of my women won't change because of you. In addition, this transaction cannot be made public for the time being. Your position in the 7 Grand Duchies is still useful to me, but I will help you completely control the Helen Duchy." After hearing Han Shua's words, Helentina slightly calmed down her surging anger. She asked with some doubt, "What do you mean?" "That is to say, you are only one of my women, but not the only one. Also, our relationship cannot be made public. The Helen Duchy is still very useful to me in the 7 Grand Duchies, but I will help you control the Helen Duchy and let you steadily continue to rule the Helen Duchy. What do you think?" Han Shuo explained. Helentina quickly weighed the gains and losses in her mind. She understood that a man like Han Shuo wouldn't be restrained by any woman. She naturally wouldn't be able to tame Han Shuo just because of her. Therefore, although the first condition made her faintly uncomfortable, she could still accept it for the sake of the overall situation. As for the second condition of their relationship not being made public, Helentina's mind turned in a circle, and she was immediately shocked. She was the Grand Duke of the Helen Duchy. Being able to climb to this position as a woman, her brain naturally wasn't stupid. What did it mean for the Helen Duchy to remain in the 7 Grand Duchies? Helentina's heart was as clear as snow. Han Shuo had ambitions for the entire 7 Grand Duchies. A country that was secretly rebelling would definitely play a crucial role in the coalition of the 7 Grand Duchies. This could even reverse a great war and help Han Shuo realize his ambitions. When she thought of this, Helentina's gaze towards Han Shuo became a bit more peculiar. Men with ambitions would always be able to attract women. If this ambitious man had the strength to match his ambitions, then this kind of man's attractiveness towards women was even more fatal. Helentina clenched her teeth in silence for a while before raising her head to glare hatefully at Han Shuo. She made up her mind and said, "I promise you, but only after you help me eliminate all the hidden dangers of Helen Duchy. Otherwise, this matter will be over." "No problem, haha, a beautiful woman delivered herself to my doorstep with a duchy's dowry. Only a fool would refuse." Han Shuo looked up to the sky and laughed complacently. He didn't think that this trip to the 7 Grand Duchies would have such an unexpected harvest. It seemed that Chester, Dick, and the others had done him a big favor by spreading the malicious news. Women were truly strange creatures. Their thoughts were truly unfathomable. While Han Shuo and Helentina were conversing, the mournful screams gradually faded away. Han Shuo turned his head to look and discovered that none of the rebels, including Ferodias, were able to escape being torn apart by the undead army. All of them had turned into corpses and were silenced for eternity. The surrounding scene was a bit bloody. For Han Shuo, who had a beautiful woman by his side, it was indeed a bit unsightly. Taking out the skeletal staff, Han Shuo chanted an incantation, and the group of undead creatures gradually disappeared. "Alright, let's leave this place for now and see if your army still listens to your orders." Han Shuo smiled at Helentina and said, "Don't worry, not everyone in my army is like that despicable Ferodias. My family's personal guards absolutely won't betray me, I can guarantee that." Helentina said proudly. Han Shuo actually believed this point. Early on, when he had come to the 7 Grand Duchies, Han Shuo had already learned a few things about Helentina. Helentina's family was the largest aristocratic power in the Helen Duchy and controlled the majority of the military power in the Helen Duchy. If not for this, Helentina would have already been overthrown by the rebels. As far as Helentina's family was concerned, only Helentina's position as Grand Duke of Helen Duchy could maintain their family's interests. Once Helentina fell, her family would naturally suffer along with her. Helentina also understood this truth, which was why she had handed the power of the Helen Duchy to her family members. Therefore, even if Helentina was opposed by the people and some of the nobles, she still supported her without any hindrance. The Grand Dukes of the 7 Grand Duchies also did this. Once they were in power, they would spare no effort to let their family members take over the important positions in the duchy. The advantages of doing this were obvious. Even if some of the nobles in the country rebelled, the power would still be in the hands of their own family, and they could still rely on the family's power to suppress those nobles. However, the disadvantages were also very serious. That was, not all of the family's trusted aides were talented generals and ministers. If the people in charge of the country were all mediocre people, not only would the duchy not have the possibility of expanding its territory, the power of the nation would also gradually decline. Alright, don't be so proud in front of me. If you don't even have this much ability, then you simply don't deserve to be my woman. Han Shuo dealt a blow to Helentina, then looked at the powerless fire phoenix after being hit by the demon-piercing arrow. He frowned and said, her body was hit by a poisoned demon-piercing arrow. This is a bit troublesome. My body is just a bit weak, that's all. With the body of my family, I'll be able to recover in a few days. Fire Phoenix angrily said. She clearly still hadn't adapted to Han Shuo's new identity, and her attitude was still as unfriendly as before. Thinking about it, before today, Fire Phoenix had wholeheartedly wanted to kill Han Shuo to avenge Helentina. She never would have thought that such a dramatic change would suddenly occur. This made Fire Phoenix, as a super-rank magical beast, somewhat unable to understand. No need to go through so much trouble. At this time, you can't be a burden. Han Shuo directly went to Fire Phoenix's side, and without caring about her pain, he pulled out the demon-piercing arrow. Then Han Shuo's left hand pressed down on the struggling Fire Phoenix, and his right hand pressed on the wound. After being hit by the demon-piercing arrow, Fire Phoenix's body was already weak. Her struggle was simply unable to shake off the restraints of Han Shuo's big hand. In addition, she felt that when Han Shuo's big hand pressed on her wound, there was a force that flew out. The poison that had originally flowed into her body was pulled by that force, and actually quickly flowed towards her wound. When that poison flowed from her body to Han Shuo's palm that was pressed against her wound, Fire Phoenix's originally lost strength unexpectedly recovered little by little. Fire Phoenix understood that Han Shuo was helping her, and no longer shook her feathers. Her body gradually calmed down from the beginning, and her fiery feathers also regained their luster. After Han Shuo let go of her hand, Fire Phoenix felt that her body was overflowing with strength once again. Pleasantly surprised, Fire Phoenix let out a loud cry, spread her wings, and soared into the void again, lightly flying in circles. Sister Fire Phoenix, she's fine. Helentina was incomparably pleasantly surprised. Her gaze towards Han Shuo had a somewhat different meaning, and her body involuntarily walked towards Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo flipped his hand and flung a puddle of stinking blood to the ground. Only then did he calmly reply, the poison in her body has all been sucked out by me. Look at how lively she is right now, does she look like she's injured? Alright, consider it as us owing you a favor. Thank you. Helentina unwillingly expressed her gratitude, but in her heart, she was astonished by Han Shuo's miraculous abilities. She was clear in her heart that Han Shuo's strength was extremely strong, but he wasn't a priest or a pharmacist. Even a pharmacist or a priest wouldn't have such a miraculous method. In the profound continent, even a pharmacist or a priest wouldn't be able to suck out a poison that had entered the blood as easily as Han Shuo. To Helentina, this was simply an inconceivable ability. She suddenly felt somewhat fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, she hadn't become an irreconcilable enemy with this person. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would bring an irreparable disaster to Helen Duchy. Taking advantage of Helentina's astonishment, Han Shuo quickly reached out and lightly lifted Helentina's beautiful, round, warm, and beautiful chin, causing Helentina to look at him with an astonished expression. Chapter 360. Just as Helen said, when Han Shuo and her returned to the army's encampment, her family's trusted aides didn't know about it. Herodias had obviously acted on his own, intending to capture Helen alive and take her away. Herodias' wishful thinking was to capture Helen and bring her back to Helen Duchy and hand her over to Marquis Kekeru. The Helen family's army had lost their backbone, Helen. Kekeru also had the support of Benedict Sackville. He would definitely be able to defeat this army and sit on the position of Grand Duke of Helen Duchy. After Han Shuo and Helen returned to the army's encampment, they didn't openly appear in front of everyone. With Han Shuo's methods, it wasn't difficult for him to meet up with Helen without anyone noticing. This place wasn't far from Helen Duchy. Helen returned to deal with the matter of Herodias, saying that they had encountered assassins along the way and that they had all met with misfortune. she didn't reveal the fact that Herodias had rebelled. The next day, the army returned to Helen Duchy. Han Shua quietly followed them. Helen Duchy was equivalent to a province of the Lancelot Empire. It also had 5 cities and more than 10 towns of various sizes. Helen City was the center of the duchy and was managed by the Grand Duke of Helen Duchy. The other 4 city lords were marquises. During the previous civil strife, one of them had already been killed by Helentina. Marquis Kekaru was the city lord of Seagate City, one of the 4 cities. During the previous civil strife, Kekaru didn't have any intention of rebelling. However, he had suddenly rebelled at this time. This person was truly patient enough. Han Shua and Helen returned to the Helen Duchy together. This time, Helen's personal guard consisted of 30,000 people. They were all led by her family's trusted aides and were also the Helen Duchy's most elite knight regiment. On the way back to Helen City, they had to pass through Seagate City. After marching for 2 days, Helen's army finally arrived at Seagate City. Because Helen was a fire archmage and a woman, she'd always stayed in a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 warhorses during the march. At this time, in addition to Helen, there was also Han Shua in the carriage. The spacious carriage was covered with a soft carpet, which made people feel very comfortable to step on. There was a row of small shelves around the carriage, on which there were rouge and face powders to decorate one's appearance, as well as some sparkling fresh fruits. Helen lazily leaned against the center of the room, looking at the calm and natural Han Shua in front of her. She said, "Seagate City is Kekaru's territory. That old fox didn't give himself away last time. Although I know he's up to no good, I can't find an excuse to deal with him. There are always several experts protecting him. As long as he doesn't leave Seagate City, it won't be easy for me to kill him. How many city guards are there in Seagate City? If you return to Seagate City now, do you think they would dare to let you in?" Han Shua bluntly picked up a bunch of crystal grapes and put them into his mouth one by one as he casually asked Helen. She didn't know why, but looking at the calm and unperturbed Han Shua in front of her, Helen actually felt a comfortable sense of security, as if as long as this demon was by her side, she wouldn't need to fear any danger. Seagate City's city guards have 50,000 people, but only 10,000 are true elites. As long as he doesn't brazenly resist me, he will have to open the city gates to welcome me. Once the 30,000 elites in my hands enter Seagate City, I can completely suppress him. However, although he is the mastermind behind the Herodias incident, I don't have any evidence. If I don't have a good reason to act against Kekaru in Seagate City, I'm afraid the people and nobles will not accept me." Helen frowned slightly and said with some annoyance. Han Shua finished the bunch of grapes and wiped them on the expensive carpet. Only then did he say to Helen, "It's very simple. I'll take action and kill Marquis Kekaru along with his heir. This way, you can use the excuse of helping Kekaru arrest the murderer to take control of Seagate City. Hehe, you are the master of Helen Duchy. Adding on the 30,000 elites in your hands, I believe there won't be any problems. Oh, that's right, you can point the finger of Kekaru's murderer to your enemy. Just arrange a few people at the scene of the incident and you can frame the enemy. And, I think Benedict Sackville of Narsen Duchy is a good candidate. What do you think?" Helen had been fighting for power in Helen Duchy for so many years and had seen all kinds of crafty plots and schemes. Hearing Han Shua's words, she smiled sweetly and nodded, "That's exactly what I want. As long as Kekaru and his heir are dead, I can naturally arrange a trusted aide to take over Seagate City. Hehe, I've already arranged the candidates. During the last civil strife, I already wanted to do this. It's just that the assassins I sent weren't able to achieve my goal. Now that you're here, I believe there won't be any problems." Sure enough, she was a sinister woman. Whenever she talked about this kind of matter, Helen would blossom with a dazzling radiance that made Han Shua feel dazzled. That sweet smile of hers could captivate one's soul, causing Han Shua's heart to move. Once a woman hated a man, she would disregard everything to put him to death, regardless of the cost. However, when a woman truly fell in love with a man, she would also disregard everything for that man's sake, even to the point of giving up everything. Han Shua looked at Helen in front of him. He knew that the current Helen didn't hate him as much as before. However, Han Shua also knew that Helen definitely didn't wholeheartedly pledge her allegiance to him. Only by truly conquering this kind of woman would she become a sharp sword in his hands. Otherwise, he would only hurt himself. To deal with a woman, there was nothing more than making her surrender from both the body and the mind. Han Shua could be considered a veteran on the battlefield now. He understood that conquering a woman's body could even affect her heart, subtly turning her into a captive. Among them, Emily was the best example. Han Shua chuckled mischievously when he thought of this, licking his face as he leaned over to the lazily reclining Helen. Just as Helen turned pale with fright, Han Shua grabbed her and directly pulled her onto his lap, ignoring Helen's resistance. He impolitely kissed Helen's luscious red lips. A refreshing fragrance drifted from Helen's body into Han Shua's mouth and nose. Her little tongue was like an intoxicating fine wine, causing Han Shua to have an irresistible indulgence. Helen struggled and fiercely pounded on Han Shua's chest. He didn't really continue kissing her. After tasting the intoxicating taste of Helen's vermilion lips, Han Shua chuckled and let go of Helen. He smiled at Helen, whose charming face was as red as blood, and said, "You're too moving, I can't control myself. Hee, I'm going to help you get rid of your political enemies soon, so you should at least give me some benefits, right? You bastard pervert, you forcefully kissed me." Helen ran away from Han Shua's lap with a red face and fiercely glared at Han Shua. Originally, she wanted to rush over and settle the score with Han Shua, but when she thought about it, it was like a sheep entering a tiger's den. In a moment of desperation, she fiercely threw a crystal cup at Han Shua. With a wave of his hand, the crystal cup safely landed in the palm of Han Shua's hand. Leisurely pouring a cup of fine wine, Han Shua smilingly carried the cup to Helen, who was shrinking in the corner of the carriage, and said, "Come, consider this cup of wine as my apology. Hee, you also know that I'm a normal man, and you're such a beautiful and alluring woman. In this carriage, I'm already doing my best not to be even more rude to you. Don't try to anger me." After hearing Han Shua's words, Helen's heart trembled. She angrily glared at Han Shua for a while, her slender white neck gradually turning red. However, Han Shua's words of praise for her alluring beauty made her feel a little happy. She thought to herself that she would be his sooner or later, so it didn't matter if she let him take advantage of her first. "All right, I forgive you. However, you're not allowed to act recklessly in the future, especially when there are outsiders around." Helen hatefully glared at Han Shua for a while. In the end, she gave in and obediently picked up the cup of wine that Han Shua handed over. Huffing with rage, she took a sip. "Of course, when there are outsiders around, you're still the goddess of Helen Duchy." Han Shua first gave Helen a guarantee, then mischievously laughed and said, "However, when there are no outsiders around, you're the only woman that I can wantonly violate." Humph. Helen glared at Han Shua and seriously said, "All right, you've already kissed me. We're about to enter the city, and Kekeru might come to the carriage to welcome me later. Shouldn't you leave first?" "No problem, I'll leave right now." Han Shua replied with a smile. With lightning speed, he moved closer to Helen and stuck out his tongue to lick her neck. He turned around and walked out of the carriage, lightly praising, "How fragrant." A faint mist floated out of the carriage, not attracting the attention of any of the surrounding guards. With a gust of wind, the mist gradually dispersed. Han Shua had long since disappeared without a trace. Inside the carriage, Helen, who had been impolitely licked by Han Shua before he left, only felt that the place where Han Shua had kissed was so hot that it made her heart tremble. With a red face, she lightly spat on the ground and muttered to herself in a low voice, "That damned fellow, he really is a perverted wolf. I really don't know if I can last until he finishes cleaning up his political enemies. Sigh, I'm completely at my wit's end when it comes to meeting him. Damn it." A few minutes later, Helen's army slowly stopped at Seagate City. Previously, a sentinel had gone to Seagate City ahead of time, so Marquis Kekeru should have already received the news. At this time, Kekeru was in a low house in front of the city gates. Beside him, several trusted aides were constantly telling him something. Kekeru listened with a gloomy face, but didn't utter a single word. Kekeru wasn't young anymore. His sideburns were already graying, and he was wearing a noble's attire. His average stature wasn't outstanding, but his eyes seemed to be constantly rolling around, as if he hadn't stopped thinking for even a moment. Lord Marquis, Ferodius is dead. I think this operation has failed. Currently, in the entire Helen Duchy, Lord Marquis is the only one who can threaten her position as Grand Duke. That vicious woman has always been heartless. She definitely knows that it was Lord Marquis who took action. We absolutely cannot let her enter the city, or else she will definitely take revenge. The administrator of Seagate City advised Kekeru. That's right, father. That woman's viciousness is well known. Once her elite troops enter the city, our Seagate City's army will be unable to suppress her. We can only use Seagate City's defenses to stop her outside. Afterwards, we can ally with a few other nobles and officially declare war on her. Kekeru's son, Kasega, wore a suit of shining knight armor and similarly advised Kekeru. However, Kekeru didn't say a word. His two eyeballs constantly rolled around as he paced back and forth. It seemed that his heart was in a mess, and he was unable to immediately make a decision. Father, hurry up and make a decision. They're about to reach the city walls. Seeing that Kekeru didn't say a word and time continued to pass, Kasega once again anxiously spoke. After a long period of silence, Marquis Kekeru took a deep breath and said, "Open the city gates. Come with me to welcome His Excellency the Duke. None of you can reveal the slightest flaw." Lord Marquis, this is extremely dangerous. The administrator was frightened and hurriedly admonished. It's fine. Even if she knows that I did it, she doesn't have any evidence. Seagate City has been under my control for so many years. The citizens and nobles all trust me. If she dares to act against me without evidence, not a single person will listen to her. Don't worry, she shouldn't dare to act against me openly. If she still uses assassins like last time, we just have to be careful. Right now, the time isn't ripe yet. We can't immediately rebel. Otherwise, just relying on the family troops in her hands will bring us enormous losses. We don't know if we can obtain victory this way, but even if we do, Helen Duchy will never be able to recover and will become the weakest of the 7 Grand Duchies. Rather than that ending, it's better to continue controlling Seagate City. Kekeru said to the two. After hearing Kekeru's words, although the two were unwilling, they thought that what he said was indeed reasonable. In addition, they understood that once Kekeru made up his mind, no one would be able to change it. Thus, they didn't continue to say anything else. Under Kekeru's command, the Seagate City gates gradually rose. Kekeru's face was full of respect and joy as he and his subordinates went out to welcome them. However, he didn't know that they were welcoming another death god. Chapter 361. Helen's group smoothly entered Seagate City and was respectfully led by Kekeru to a manor in the southern part of the city. Helen's charming face was gloomy the entire way and she was in a very unhappy mood. Originally, when Helen arrived at Seagate City, the citizens who heard the news of her arrival would break their heads to see her. But this time, apart from Kekeru's men, there were only a few citizens on the road. Those few people looked at her carriage from afar without any respect in their eyes. This made Helen feel very uncomfortable in her heart. After arranging her personal guards in the manor in the southern part of the city, Helen refused the banquet that Kekeru held for her with the reason that she was tired. She was afraid that Kekeru would secretly harm her in his castle. She had the intention to kill Kekeru, but Kekeru was also not a kind person. Naturally, he would take the opportunity to do something at the banquet. On the other hand, Helen also did not want to endure those unfriendly gazes at the banquet. Helen had really had enough of those disdainful gazes. However, Helen could not kill others because of their hidden disdainful gazes, so she was not willing to participate in the banquet. This manor was specially used by Kekeru to entertain distinguished guests. The area was extremely large and Helen's 30,000 personal guards were stationed around it. Being in the center, Helen's safety could be said to be at ease. The full moon slowly appeared in the dark night. In the center of the room was a luxurious and spacious room. In front of the door stood a dozen or so knights in charge of security. Helen was all alone in the room, endlessly vexed. The window automatically opened without any wind and a cloud of gray fog suddenly flew in front of Helen. When the window silently closed, the gray fog stopped flying and revealed Han Shua's figure. "You've come." Helen slightly calmed her scattered mind and raised her head to glance at Han Shua. She lightly said in a low voice, "Kekeru has always wanted to remove me from the position of Grand Duke. He once wanted me to marry his son, Kasega, but I refused. His Seagate city has always disobeyed my orders. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want Helen Duchy to fall into chaos, I would have long since made a move against him with real swords and spears instead of resorting to assassination. Tonight, I'll go over and help you take care of him." Han Shua calmly looked at Helen, as if he was talking about something very simple and normal. "If it's possible, I want to work with you. I plan to end his life with my own hands. This person once cruelly murdered my birth mother. I hate him." Helen was a bit different today. She spoke a bit viciously to Han Shua. Frowning, Han Shua thought for a moment and said, "How about this, you stay here, I will help you bring him over and let you kill him with your own hands." As for Helen's birth mother, Han Shua didn't ask about it. Everyone had their own sad memories, and Han Shua believed that it wouldn't be a pleasant one. Sometimes, respecting other people's privacy was more touching than showing respect on the surface. Helen raised her head and looked deeply at Han Shua. It was unknown if she was thinking of sad memories, but her gaze became a bit more gentle. She laughed at herself and said, "Thank you. In the end, I'm still a woman. It looks like I still need a man's shoulder to lean on. These past few years, I'm really tired." Han Shua smiled and nodded at Helen. He tried to walk towards Helen. When he discovered that there wasn't any vigilance in Helen's eyes, he didn't stop. When he arrived in front of Helen, Han Shua gently embraced her. Feeling Helen's trembling body, Han Shua patted her shoulder and said in a soft voice, "All right, I won't ask about your past. However, I will bring Kekeru to you and let you vent your grievances to your heart's content. Brian, I don't know if I should hate you." "Uncle Mori, this is a good idea." Kasega smiled cheerfully and said to Kekeru, "Father, what do you think?" Kekeru's eyes continued to spin. After a while, he nodded and said, "This is also good. However, we must be cautious in this matter. Let me carefully consider it. We'll make our move when we have complete confidence. Helen isn't a simple woman. Last time, her birth mother's entire family was slaughtered by us, but she still managed to escape. After so many years, she clearly knew that it was us who did it, but she never showed it. This kind of gloominess is definitely not something an ordinary youngster can possess. Humph. I'll kill her the same way her mother was killed by Lord Father. I gave her face, but she didn't want it. She actually refused to be my wife. What happened to her now? She was raped by some unknown brat. She asked for it. What's the point of a woman being placed in such a high position? Sooner or later, she'll still be ridden by a man." Kasega was still brooding over Helen's rejection, so he viciously ridiculed her. "It's fine as long as we capture her. However, we can't touch her. I promised Benedict Sackville that once we capture Helen, we'll directly hand her over to him. After all, those 30,000 personal guards of Helen's family aren't easy to deal with. We still need to rely on Benedict Sackville's help." Kekeru warned Kasega. "Lord Father, I can play around, right? In any case, it's not her first time. Even if she ends up in Benedict Sackville's hands, he won't be able to see anything. This woman has always been high and mighty like a goddess. I've long wanted to try the feeling of riding her. Lord Father, please promise me." Kasega implored Kekeru as if he could already see Helen being conquered by him. Kekeru loved his only son very dearly. He also knew that when Helen had rejected Kasega, his son had been so angry and pained that he had killed 3 maids in succession to vent his hatred. Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Playing around is fine, but after this, erase that memory. Otherwise, it won't be good if Benedict Sackville finds out. We still have to deal with this person in the future." "Many thanks, father, many thanks, father. I've wanted to ride that whore for a long time." Kasega laughed lewdly, his face gradually becoming more ruthless and obscene. Magistrate Mori licked his lips and similarly laughed dryly. His heart was also itching, but he knew that there were some things that he could not touch, so he naturally did not dare to make any excessive requests. Just as the 3 sinister villains were looking forward to the beautiful future, a clear and unusual sound suddenly came from the soles of their feet. This secret room was originally underground, and its surroundings had been sealed with thick iron plates. It was impervious to the bombardment of swords and magic, and was a safe place for Kekeru to discuss his evil plans. Logically speaking, no matter what, there shouldn't be such a strange sound coming from the soles of their feet that were separated by thick iron plates. Thus, when the unusual sound rang out, the 3 despicable villains stared blankly for a moment, all of them looking at the soles of their feet in astonishment. However, before they could react, the originally soft and unusual sound suddenly grew louder. The 3 of them were suddenly startled, and Kekeru was the first to react, saying, "Assassin." As he shouted, Kekeru took the lead and ran towards the place where the mechanism had been opened, attempting to call the surrounding guards to hurry over. Kasega unsheathed his knight's sword and focused all of his attention on the soles of his feet, ready to deal a fatal blow to the person below at any time. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out, and a circular-shaped metal disc flew up explosively. The thick metal disc was as thick as a millstone, and was obviously the iron plate that sealed the soles of their feet. At the same time, a figure suddenly shot out from the circular-shaped ground. Kasega shouted, thrusting his sword towards Honshoa, who had used the demon's lair edge to cut open a large hole with great difficulty. Honshoa had spent more than 10 minutes before using the indestructible demon's lair edge to cut open the iron plate. He inwardly cursed the designer for being in a bad mood. When he saw a sword imbued with fighting aura thrusting towards him, he raised the demon's lair edge in his hand to meet it. A series of clanging sounds rang out, and Kasega's knight's sword was turned into scrap metal. Even one of Kasega's arms was turned into bloody chunks of flesh. As Kasega shrieked in terror, Honshoa suddenly swung out the demon's lair edge. Kekeru, who had managed to run to the mechanism with great difficulty and was about to shout for help, had his left hand pierced through by the demon's lair edge. The demon's lair edge's power didn't diminish after piercing through his left hand. Kekeru shrieked like a pig being slaughtered, and nailed his left hand to a wall far away from the mechanism. "Damn it, who are you? Who sent you here?" Kekeru's left hand was nailed to the metal wall by the demon's lair edge. Fresh blood flowed down like a trickling stream. The heart-wrenching pain made Kekeru want to cry as he looked at Honshoa and shouted miserably. My hand, ah!" Kasega's right arm had been completely crushed, and now resembled a long pineapple that had been skinned and sharpened. Streaks of blood were connected to his meridians, making him look incomparably terrifying. "Damn it, you want to lay your hands on my woman with that pathetic appearance of yours?" Honshoa spat, ignoring the wretched howls of the father and son. He walked in front of the stunned administrator and asked with a smile, apart from Kekeru's 3 sons and 5 daughters, as well as the other 47 messy relatives in the castle, who else has the qualifications to inherit his position of marquis? "No, no one." Administrator Moli looked at the smiling Honshoa, fear causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After replying with a trembling voice, he knelt down in front of Honshoa without any backbone, sobbing, "This has nothing to do with me, don't kill me, I'm innocent." "Fortunately, it looks like I didn't miss anyone." Honshoa muttered to himself and grabbed the administrator's neck, saying, "That venomous scheme you just offered was very interesting. I'm most afraid of people like you, you can't be left alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shua's large hand twisted. With a crisp crack, Administrator Moli, who'd originally had his back to Kekeru, didn't change his posture, but his face was now facing the screaming Kekeru. It was obvious that his neck had been twisted. Chapter 362. Who on earth are you? What do you want? I can give it to you, but don't kill us. Kekeru didn't care about the heart-wrenching pain in his left hand as he begged Han Shua. Ha, I'm sorry, but you can't give me what I want. Han Shua said indifferently. As he walked past Kasega, he lightly pressed his hand down. Kasega had long since forgotten the wonderful fantasies he'd had with Helen in his heart. When he saw Han Shua's large hand press down on him, he felt a surge of power suppressing him, making him unable to move. Don't kill me. Kasega was unable to move and could only wail in panic, begging for Han Shua's forgiveness. Pooh! Han Shua's large hand pressed down on Kasega's forehead and released his magical yuan. Kasega's head turned into a ball of brain paste as he fell limply to the ground, no longer breathing. Walking to Kekeru's side, Han Shua ignored Kekeru's screams and smiled merrily. Apart from you, all of your family members are dead. However, I won't kill you. Demon, you demon, what grudge do I have with you? Why are you treating me like this? When Kekeru heard that all of his family members had been killed, he ignored the tearing pain in his left hand and tried to grab Han Shua a few times. Han Shua released the soul tremor spell with his mental strength. Before he could even get close to Han Shua, Kekeru felt his head shake and a piercing pain suddenly exploded in his brain. He immediately lost consciousness and fainted. The demon's lair edge still impaled on Kekeru's left hand automatically flew back to Han Shua's hand. Han Shua grabbed the unconscious Kekeru and dove deeper into the ground through the hole. If someone could go deep into the ground now, they would discover that there were many tunnels that extended in all directions. These tunnels led to all of Marquis Kekeru's direct and collateral relatives within the castle. Not a single one of them was left out. The complicated tunnels were more than 10 meters deep. Even with 100 people working together, it would take more than 10 days to complete. There were also some of Kekeru's guards and magicians in the castle. If there were any unusual movements underground, they would definitely be discovered. However, it was obvious that some things couldn't be viewed with common sense. As Han Shua dragged Kekeru back, the tunnels that connected the entire underground were slowly flattened by the force of the earth. By the time Han Shua had exited the underground a few miles away, not even a trace of a tunnel was left in the underground of the castle. The moonlight poured down like mercury. Under the cool night wind, Han Shua easily snuck into Helen's manor. A dark mist magic was released, and the entire night seemed to be covered by a curtain of darkness. Even the moonlight overhead was covered. Helen was alone in her room. She didn't know why, but she started to worry about Han Shua. This kind of emotion made Helen a bit uncomfortable. She had never been so worried about a man's safety before, not to mention that this man was the one she should have always hated. However, she couldn't control the emotions in her heart. Every minute and second that Han Shua left her place, Helen knew what Han Shua was doing. She was extremely worried that Han Shua wouldn't be able to return safely. Please don't let anything happen to him. Helen murmured, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her face full of worry. The lights in the room had long since been extinguished. Helen stared blankly at the direction that Han Shua had left in through the window. The misty moonlight was cold and pitiful, sprinkling down on Helen's creamy white skin, making her appear even more alluring. When the dark mist magic spread, Helen was the first to feel the moonlight suddenly disappear. Her bright eyes turned, and the corners of Helen's mouth hooked into a faint smile. She took the initiative to open the window a bit wider, and walked into the room herself. When Helen opened the window, a wisp of light wind brought over a cloud of gray mist. The window was closed without a sound, and a dusky shadow gradually appeared. Are you all right? Helen didn't ask if Han Shua had killed Kekeru, but first asked if Han Shua was all right. It was as if in the depths of her heart, Han Shua's safety was more important than Kekeru's life. When these words left his mouth, Han Shua could easily sense the change in Helen's tone and attitude towards him. His heart unconsciously warmed, and his smile became even more gentle. "Thank you for your concern. I'll be fine." The air above Kekeru's palm was frozen by the cold air, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. There wasn't even a trace of the scent of blood that could be released. No one would be able to detect any traces of it. When Han Shua's gentle voice sounded, Han Shua's figure holding Kekeru was completely revealed. Helen immediately saw the unconscious Kekeru in Han Shua's hands. Her eyes, which had originally revealed some tenderness towards Han Shua, were gradually filled with endless hatred. She gloomily looked at Kekeru and said, "This old dog has finally fallen into my hands." Giving Helen a glance, Han Shua brought Kekeru to a room in the back of the room. Casually tossing Kekeru inside, Han Shua set up a soundproof magical barrier around the room. Only then did he say to Helen, who was forcibly suppressing her anger and hatred, "All right, you can wake him up and slowly kill him. I'll help you keep watch outside." Perhaps this hatred had been accumulating in Helen's heart for too long. She had patiently endured it for many years. Now that the opportunity to kill her enemy was right in front of her, she didn't speak too much to Han Shua. A layer of frost hung on her charming face when she heard Han Shua's words. With a cold face, she entered the room that was supposed to be the storeroom. When the door closed with a clang, Han Shua didn't deliberately try to eavesdrop on what was going on inside. Instead, he calmly walked to where Helen had been sitting, took out a new wine cup, and poured himself a full cup of wine. As he lightly sipped on the wine, he took out a thick necromancy book and began to study it. Han Shua had grasped all of the necromancy magic that an archmage should have grasped, with the exception of plague. Now that his mental strength had reached the level of a grand magus, Han Shua had been studying a higher level of summoning magic. Old Fey demons, mummy lords, and bone demons were all creatures that Han Shua could grasp at the level of a grand magus. However, this higher level of summoning magic was somewhat different from the original ones. When Han Shua summoned zombie and skeletal warriors, he would often be able to establish a connection with the zombie and skeletal warriors in the other dimension. This connection allowed Han Shua to easily cross planes and descend into this world through them. When summoning zombie and skeletal warriors, these low-level undead creatures didn't have any ability to resist. They completely followed Han Shua's will and didn't even know whether or not to come over. Starting from the Evil Knight level, this summoning method had greatly changed. Even if Han Shua could sense the existence of the Evil Knight, he still had to use his enormous mental strength to first break through the resistance of the Evil Knight's body. Only then could he control the Evil Knight's thoughts and use the power of the contract to control the Evil Knight to descend into this space. When one reached the level of a Grand Magus, the higher-level Old Fey demons, mummy lords, and bone demons all had their own consciousness. The power of their souls was even greater than the average expert in this world. Undead creatures of this level, even in the other dimension, were often overlords and ambitious. At the very least, they were loners that most low-level creatures didn't dare to provoke. Not only did these kinds of existences have a complete consciousness, but they were also all proud and arrogant. They absolutely couldn't be tamed by a contract. It was precisely because of this that the summoning incantation was even more complicated and mysterious. It included an in-depth exploration of the power of the soul and an understanding of the temperament of the creatures in the other dimension. Apart from this, when the contract connected the necromancer and the undead creature from two planes, the necromancer must have enough power to make the high-level undead creature surrender. Otherwise, the unruly undead creature would definitely rise up and resist. During this process of resistance, the necromancer had to use his mental strength to suppress the otherworldly creature that was who knew how far away he was. At the same time, he had to maintain the accuracy of the necromancy incantation. Every syllable and corresponding gesture of his mental strength couldn't make the slightest mistake. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to summon the undead creature, the necromancer's soul would also suffer a backlash. It was very likely that his soul would wander to various planes and would never be able to descend into this space again. What Han Shuo was currently studying was the description of the souls of each high-level undead creature. 3 types of high-level undead creatures. The old Fey demons had sharp claws and agile movements. They were somewhat similar to the giant silver ape, but naturally weren't as tall as the giant silver ape. However, they possessed the same speed and sharp claws and teeth. The mummy lord's body was as hard as the hardest rock. Normally, it lived in a coffin. Although its movements weren't fast, it had extraordinary strength. It also possessed corrosive acidity and could use the aura of death to fuse with the streamers in its body. It was also very difficult to deal with. The bone demon's entire body was made up of huge piles of bones. Among the 3 undead creatures, the bone demon was the most special existence. Because its entire body was made up of bones, if the bones that made up its body were very strong and contained an enormous amount of aura of death, then the bone demon's strength would be very frightening. It would have a good defense against both physical and magical attacks. At a critical moment, the bone demon could even burst out all the bones in its body to form a fatal attack against the enemy. As long as the enemy was killed in one blow, the bone demon could still reassemble the scattered bones into its body. However, if the bones that made up the bone demon didn't contain an enormous amount of aura of death, then the speed and strength of the bone demon wouldn't be fast or strong. Whether it was a physical or magical attack, it would suffer heavy injuries. It could be very strong, but it could also be very weak. It was the most eccentric of the 3 creatures. However, Han Shuo knew that the bone demon that had been modified by the little skull to be able to fly was certainly a powerful bone demon. This was because the bones in its body had been reassembled by the little skull. The raw materials were all the bones of various ancient super-rank magic beasts in the Forbidden Land. Those bones all contained a portion of the super-rank magic beast's power. A bone demon that was made up of these bones would absorb the aura of death even more quickly in the other world. The bone demon's body that was made up of bones could fly, which was enough to show that it at least possessed the intelligence to control a portion of gravity. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fly so nimbly with just a few pieces of rotten flesh hanging on the bones. Han Shuo had grasped the characteristics of the 3 creatures from the other world. However, the soul force of the 3 creatures was also different. Currently, Han Shuo was researching the soul force of the old Fei. As long as Han Shuo could understand all of the reactions of the old Fei towards the summoning of mental strength, he would be able to use his mental strength to find a way to deal with it and successfully use the power of the contract to bring him to this plane. As Han Shuo furrowed his brows and diligently read the thick magic book, he suddenly heard an unsuppressible howl. This sound was separated by several layers of magic barriers, so the guards outside couldn't hear it at all. However, Han Shuo heard it clearly. He understood that this was Kekaru's final howl before he died. It was indeed so. Not long after, Helen walked out of the room covered in blood, sobbing as she ran towards Han Shuo. Without waiting for Han Shuo to prepare a comfortable chest for her, Helen had already buried her head into Han Shuo's chest, using all of her strength to hug Han Shuo as she sobbed. The pungent smell of blood from the room and Helen's body entered Han Shuo's nose. Han Shuo wasn't disgusted by this smell, but he didn't want the guards outside to notice it. With a slight wave of his left hand, the open door automatically closed. A whirlpool appeared in Han Shuo's left hand, completely absorbing the smell of blood. Helen tightly hugged Han Shuo and cried for a while, slowly calming down. At this time, the whirlpool in Han Shuo's left hand absorbed the smell of blood, forming a rolling bead of blood. The bead of blood was still slowly swaying, absorbing the smell of blood from Helen's body, not letting a wisp of the smell drift outside. "I'm much better, I'm sorry for dirtying your body." Helen slowly pushed Han Shuo away. Seeing that Han Shuo's body was covered in blood, she apologetically said to Han Shuo with sparkling tears still hanging on her pretty face. "It's alright, why isn't Fire Phoenix by your side? Shouldn't she be with you at this time?" Han Shuo discovered that ever since he came over, Fire Phoenix hadn't appeared in front of or behind others, so he asked with some surprise. Sister Fire Phoenix doesn't like too many humans. Generally, she won't appear in front of too many people unless there's something special. She lives in Tanai Forest Mountain, so when I need her, I only need to summon her telepathically. Now that you're by my side, there's no problem with my safety, so I didn't call her over. Helen explained to Han Shuo. So that's how it is. Han Shuo replied, saying, I also have a super rank magical beast, a black dragon, but that fellow likes to run to places with a lot of people every day. The more people there are, the happier he is. It seems that even though he's not a super rank magical beast, his temperament is also different. You also have a super rank magical beast, a black dragon? Helen was astonished. Yes, he's currently undergoing a second-level evolution, so I've temporarily placed him in a safe place. Han Shuo replied. Helen stared blankly at Han Shuo for a while. She originally planned to say a few words about Han Shuo's miracles, but on second thought, did this person lack any miracles? So she dropped the subject and didn't say much. Then, she suddenly saw the blood stain on Han Shuo's chest, as well as a drop of blood rolling on his left palm. She asked in astonishment, "What's this?" The smell of blood in the room. I didn't want it to spread, so it condensed into a drop of blood. Han Shuo explained. You're really a strange person. Helen couldn't help but sigh in the end. Then, she naturally pulled Han Shuo's hand and walked towards the bathroom. Her face unconsciously flushed red as she said in a low voice, "Wash off the bloodstains on your body first, it doesn't look good like this." Han Shuo's heart fluttered when he heard Helen's words. When Helen's gentle and boneless little hand grabbed his broad wrist, Han Shuo's eyes suddenly sparkled as he felt the beauty of Helen's hand. He couldn't help but look at Helen with a bit of anticipation in his heart. The manner that Kekeru had used to entertain Helen was extremely luxurious. Just the rooms that Helen lived in alone had more than 10 large and small rooms. There was a washroom, a bathroom, a living room, a bedroom, a storage room, and a clothes drying room. Not only was it fully furnished, it was also decorated magnificently. Han Shuo's city lord's mansion in Bretel City was basically a small farm in the countryside when compared to this place. There was a spacious oval bathroom in the middle of the bathroom. There was a small magical matrix in the ground, and a piece of fire-spark stone provided heat. The temperature of the entire bath was maintained at the most comfortable temperature. Helen's face grew even redder in the hazy mist, and she actually helped Han Shuo undress in a gentle manner. After all of Han Shuo's clothes were undone, Han Shuo, who was more than 1.9 meters tall, was revealed in front of Helen. Every inch of Han Shuo's muscles seemed to contain an explosive power. Even when he was standing in a relaxed posture, he was like a ferocious hunting beast that was ready to pounce. His naked body gave off an overbearing aura. The image of Han Shuo's imposing physique filled with wild power was reflected in Helen's bright eyes. When Helen removed Han Shuo's clothes from the lower half of his body, she raised her head to look at Han Shuo, who was as imposing as a towering mountain. She felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss, unable to extricate herself. This demon-like man, will he be my man in the future? Helen murmured in her heart. She looked up at Han Shuo with an intoxicated look in her eyes, staring blankly without saying a word. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.